Okay, welcome everybody to B-Sides. Glad to have you back. I know, it's Saturday morning, so people are still waking up, but I think, you're in for a treat here. Waylon Grange, he's going to be presenting about this custom badge that he built that we'll be distributing out later in the year at the Hangout. So, I'm hopeful that, hopefully a little bit later in the year, after the pandemic dies down, we'll be able to put together kind of like a B-Side Salt Lake City hangout and, distribute the swag and, have fun, right? So, and anyone who's purchased a ticket will get an email and be invited to that. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Waylon so he can talk about the design because it's truly one of a kind.
All right, cool. Hey, thank you very much. As you can see, obviously in these pictures, the badge doesn't look like any of the other badges, at least that I've seen. I know we've done something like this, or not we, but people have done kind of wristbands before, but I think this one's kind of very different. I didn't mean for it to look like a medical band, and that's kind of, I don't know, like with this whole virus thing, it kind of applies, but I don't know. I'll talk a little bit more about.
Waylon, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am. You can't hear me? Hold on a minute. Let me.
No, you're good. We'll just mute Bryce. Keep going.
Okay, so you can hear me.
Yeah, you're good.
All right. Okay, cool. So I'll just keep going. I kind of want to give a little background on what led to this badge. So this is a picture of me, the one on the left. Specifically, this is me at DEF CON, and that is all my badges I was wearing at DEF CON. And I kind of felt a little like Mr. T, right, with all my like bling going on there, and like, I mean, the rock is heavy, and then some of those other badges and all their batteries, it started to add up. I kind of felt like a backpacker, my neck just hanging on me there. So that was kind of one inspiration, is I wanted to do something lighter than the usual neck chain. One of those badges I got there was the DEF CON China badge, which is really kind of cool. It's a flexible PCB badge with these little lights that'll blink on the side. And I thought, that's really cool. I want to try to do something with flexible PCB, but I'm not sure what. And then the third kind of designing factor that I wanted to hit was based on last year's badge. So I'm not sure as many of you were here last year, but in my talk, I described how I totally screwed up and ordered a processor when I went for the final fab. I had a wrong part number, and that basically ended up with me ordering a processor that was 1/3 as powerful as what I designed everything for, which led to some really crazy 2 weeks of reprogramming and redesigning to try to get everything to run on a really tiny processor. And that was really painful at the time, but after BSides was all kind of done and I kind of had a chance to breathe, I was like, man, that was kind of fun, squeezing as much as I could out of a processor. I felt kind of like one of the biggest loser coaches but like for processors also, right? Like, no, you have to do this on this little bit of energy or power or whatever you had. And I kind of wanted to do that again, but this time, instead of on a lower processor, I wanted to do it on power. I wanted to run on as little power as possible. So those were my 3 real designing goals: flexible PCB, something not heavy around the neck, and very low power. So I was just kind of chewing on those, and I came across one of these Dick Tracy comics, and I was like, oh, that is it. That's what we're gonna do. So that's kind of what I designed this around. I don't know if you've seen this video on Twitter already, but basically, in a nutshell, the watch is a functional watch, or the badge is a functional watch. There's a text-based adventure game built into it. It's an e-paper display, a 3D printed case around the size. On the bottom, there's a snap button that we can resize or size initially to your wrist. It's also a USB mass storage drive, a CD serial, and there's a lot more going on as well on the badge that I don't want to reveal at this time. So like I said, the backside, there's adjustable snaps. This is kind of part of the reason we decided against trying to ship everything, is that these snaps require this special little tool to set the snap. And I didn't want to set the snap just based on what you tell me your wrist size is. It would have been easier. I planned to do this at the conference after you got your badge. You just kind of come over and get the snap that matches your wrist, put the snap on that matches your wrist size. but things didn't work out quite as planned there. Here's kind of the design flow of the badge. The top left is my initial prototype that I wore around for a few days. My kids were very embarrassed as I wore this piece of paper, pretend watch on my wrist as we went everywhere. After I kind of proved that, okay, initially this might actually work, I went for the prototype on the breadboard down below. That was my test setup. You can see my multimeter hooked up all along the way. I had to be very conscious of how much power the whole system was using. In that screenshot, it's showing it's using 3 milliamps, that's when it's typically running. And then my first prototype is in the center of the screen. I kind of had some mistakes. That's why there's this little yellow wire. Afterward, I had to kind of solder that to fix some of my wiring errors. I have to thank CompuKit for helping me solder, or he helped me put all the SMD components on that badge so that I could actually have my first prototype. Again, the 2 pins off the side are for measuring power usage. And then the 2 in the end are the final production run, one with the 3D case and one without the 3D case. So just talk a little bit about the hardware that went into this. It's based around a 32-bit STEM processor that's designed to use very little power. The whole band itself is a flexible PCB band. We have an e-paper display. It does have a rechargeable LiPo battery on it. So whenever you're USB plug it in, that'll charge it up. The watch on its own should last about 10 days without a charge. So, I mean, charge it every day, every other day, whatnot, and it'll keep the battery running just fine. There's accelerometer, flash storage, there's a real-time clock. Kind of wanted to talk about the flexible PCB. I don't feel like that's something that's done very much. Oh, I forgot to mention earlier, questions, please just throw them in the Q&A, and then if there's time at the end, I'll get to them there. I won't interrupt myself as I'm going, so I'll hit those if there's time at the end. But anyways, flexible PCB, I've seen it used once or twice for badges, and I wanted to try it and see how well it works. It's really kind of cool, right? Like, what badges can you bend and twist like that? However, it does have its drawbacks, and I'm not sure I would do something like this for a badge again. Just so you know, if you're a badge designer, you're thinking about this, there's a few issues that you face. One, this picture in the top left or top right is one of my early prototype boards testing out NFC. And as I would pop it on and pop it off the breadboard, it put stress on the flexible PCB, which led to those traces cracking. And so when the traces cracked, I had to solder one of those little yellow jumper wires to replace the broken trace. And then I'd use it and another one would break. And so those 3 yellow wires are because 3 different traces on the flexible PCB just would break during what I considered regular use. So it bends, but it also breaks. And so you want to kind of limit the amount of bend, or in critical places, the type of bend. Another thing is the picture just below that. I was initially planning to use some double-sided kind of film rubber underneath the flex screen and the components, and just kind of give that kind of padding there. But it turned out that double-sided tape actually, when you would bend, it started to pull components off the flexible PCB. You can kind of see in that picture, the battery leg has been ripped off the flexible PCB. So in the end, I had to determine a way to keep the flexible screen moving independent of the board, but without the flexible screen being exposed a lot. So that battery that you see in the center there, that is a LiPo battery, and it holds 40 milliamps. So to put 40 milliamps in perspective, one of those little coin cell batteries holds 6 times as much as one of these rechargeable batteries. And those coin cells, right, like you can power an LED for like a day on them. They're not very much. And so to consider we have 1/6 of that is a real limiting factor. Initial design, I toggle back and forth between wanting that coin cell or a rechargeable. And like the rechargeable, you could recharge, obviously. The coin cell, you could just replace after so long. Ultimately, I obviously went with rechargeable, mainly because it was just such a pain to get to that location, and I didn't want everyone to have to take their badge clear apart just to replace the battery. So I just assumed, yeah, everybody around us probably has a PC. They can probably charge this at least every other day. So I'm going to go with rechargeable route. For some comparison though, to work on 40 milliamp hours for what I can planned on a 48-hour conference, I had to really cut down on power usage. So I have side by side here this graph showing what last year's badge, how much it used in each state, and how much initial capacity I had to work with compared to this year. And across the board, it's you know, about a tenth. It starts to drop as the different states go. So just the sleep is when you're not active, it's just kind of sitting there. And then standby was not a state in the last year's badge. Standby is almost everything off. The processor shuts down. All it's doing is keeping track of time, which presented some of its own issues because when the processor shuts down, all of the memory is wiped. So I had to kind of save enough state so that as soon as you pressed a button, you could return to exactly the same screen and exactly the same place in the game you were, to make it look like to the user it never turned off, right? But the whole processor, the memory, the frame buffer, everything is wiped. But to see in standby, we're using, that's 25 microamps. It's really kind of cool to see that it actually worked in the end. So the flexible e-paper display, I thought was the coolest thing when I saw it online. I really am enamored with, or I don't know the right word, I'm a country hick. I really like the e-paper displays. I think they're the coolest thing in that you can just set the display once and it takes zero power to maintain that. It's very low power and it looks very crisp. And the flexible was just on top of that, just even better, or so I thought. I only found one manufacturer that would make flexible e-paper displays, and it turns out the reason in my mind, the reason that not many people do it is because they're not as flexible as they seem. If I try to do what they're showing in this picture with here, I ended up with a broken display. And in fact, after the production, I ended up with many broken displays. These are all in the screenshot displays that failed in some way or another and were not suitable for the badge. That became a really sore point at final stage of production, is that I had to find a way to protect these better than I was, and that they're just not very flexible. They don't take any kind of beating, any touching. They don't like bent, even though they're claimed to be flexible. So when you get your badges, if you don't take anything else away from this talk, please take away the screens are really, really flexible, or really not that flexible. They're really fragile. So if you press on the screen or you smash it against something, it's gonna break. And we really don't have a lot of extras because I went through most of the extras. So when you get your badge, it's flexible, yes, but don't push it. Just be gentle, be gentle. Okay, so to help mitigate some of those flexible issues, I designed a 3D printable case. Here I have two videos I'm going to show. One is the design process, and the other is the printing process of one of those. I'll kick them off of the both at the same time. But it was kind of fun. I don't do much 3D printing, so this was a good opportunity to build something that I felt was slightly useful. We went to a 3D printing company to have these printed after I did my test runs, and turned out that their margin of error was a lot higher than I expected. So some of the frames don't fit together as snugly as I would have liked, but I am releasing the STL files for this. So if you'd like to print your own case, I imagine all the ones that I printed fit well, very well. And I imagine if you print your own, it would probably fit even better than the ones that it came with. But even still, the ones that it came with are just fine. It's just kind of a perfectionist thing. So the software, or the firmware, I used STEM Cube IDE to build all this, which provides this really cool kind of interface. On the side here, you can just assign pins and it shows you graphically, okay, this pin is assigned to this is what you've got left. It also builds out a lot of the code, or the stub code for you. And so that was really nice to work with. As you can see from this screenshot, I'm using almost all the pins. The 3 gray pins down in the bottom corner are the only 3 pins of that processor I'm not using. And then below that, it shows the flash space. I'm using 92% of it. And that's after pulling a lot of dialogue and game code onto the flash chip that I'm using, the external flash chip. And then I'm also using a lot of RAM. I have to use a lot of RAM because the e-paper display takes 2 buffers. When you're doing a partial refresh on the e-paper, it takes one buffer. You have to pass it what the screen currently is, and then you pass it what you want it to be, so that it can do a kind of a ping pong. And come up with it. So kind of a double buffered frame for this e-paper display. After initially building everything, there was one bug that really annoyed me, and that was after about a week of the watch running, it would fall behind about 4 minutes. And debugging was really painful. When I would debug it while the processor was running, it was beautifully keeping track of time down to the microsecond. It was very precise. But the processor was shut off, right, and then turn back on and update the time. And I can't debug a processor that's off. Like there's just no debugging of it. It's gone. And when it would come back up, it would somehow, somewhere, it was a few microseconds behind every time it would come back up. And I couldn't figure out what that issue was. Well, it turns out during a reinitialization, as the processor would reboot, I had it re-initting the real-time clock. And when it would re-init it, there would be that 20 millisecond loss that occurs once every minute because it updates the screen every minute. And that time compounded, 60 times an hour, 24 times a day for 7 days, ended up being about 3 to 4 minutes of time loss. And so fixing that one bug resolved this complete issue, but finding that bug was extremely painful. Another issue I had is during the course of the game, you will unlock files or case content, and that will be available to you on the USB drive. But I wanted a way to not have those files be available until you unlock them. But the problem was I didn't have anywhere else to store the files. Like that flash space was the space I had to store these files. So I needed a way to have them only appear when they were available. And I was just thinking, okay, well, I'll just modify the file list and only show the files that I want to be there. But the problem is a USB storage device doesn't speak like directory listings. It speaks raw SCSI commands, like show me this sector, give me the contents of this sector, give me the contents of this sector. So my solution for this is I actually designed a I consider it a rootkit, but basically I'd interrupt sector calls for the file allocation table and modify the FAT table, sorry, that's the FAT, to only show the file listings that I wanted to appear. The actual data is on the sectors, but only that file allocation table is modified. And if the machine doesn't know the files there, then it just assumes there's no data there. That is something that may come in handy during the puzzles, just to know that fact, that data is there, but the file allocation table is being mucked with. So the theme for this game is DFIR. Last year's theme was kind of an attacker, kind of a pen tester. The puzzles were more geared around that. These puzzles are more geared around the defender. I think that fits in well with kind of a Dick Tracy detective type theme. So all these puzzles, there's like packet carving, there's some reverse engineering. I promise I'm a lot easier than last year's. Malware analysis, disk imaging, steganography. There's a lot of what I would consider DFIR basic skills that are built into this. I did kind of try to build them to challenge you somewhat, but I didn't want you to have to spend, they should all be doable in one day. So they should be that rough of puzzles. But at least if anything, they should get you an entry into DFIR if you've never done this thing kind of before. As the badge is running, it has a little LED on it that will occasionally blink 4 times. And those 4 blinks represent your game state, how far along you are. Initially, it'll just blink 4 red lights, which kind of means you've done nothing. And the goal is to get it to 4 blue lights. When you've got 4 blue lights, you've made it all the way through the puzzle. The puzzle does kind of play into a story that you are kind of solving. And I didn't want it to be linear. I wanted it to be so that you could work on multiple puzzles at one time. So this is my kind of logic chart. I've kind of blinked everything out. But I wanted it to be like, if you're stuck on one puzzle, that's all right. There's like 5 others you can be working on until you kind of narrow yourself down to the end, and then it draws into one line. So this chart, it flows actually left to right, right being the final goal. That little green box says finish. And any green box on the left is a puzzle that's able to be solved from the get-go. And then they just kind of chain along from there. So you've got multiple paths you can work until you reach the finish line. I took a lot of design theme from a really old Macintosh game called Deja Vu. I'm not sure it's worth going back and playing yourself. it doesn't hold up to the test of time very well, but I thought it was really cool how they got so much with just a monochrome display and just the story that they were able to build into it. So I took a lot of inspiration from this as well. Here are a few screenshots from badge gameplay. A lot of these you've probably seen in videos. I didn't want to reveal a lot more than already has been revealed. But as you play, you will be able to find things, pick up clues, use items you've picked up. And as like in the picture in the top right, this dialogue, something happens, you talk to this guy and he has now added this file to your case file. So then you can plug in your USB drive, you have access to that file, you can do analysis on it, and then use that analysis to open up more game path. And kind of toggles back and forth like that throughout the game. And that's, how am I doing on time? I talk kind of fast. Okay, I'm about out of time, so this is good. All right, so I have just a few items of administration since this won't be available. I don't know when the badges will be able to be handed out. I'm leaving that up to the board, right, to decide. They're the ones in charge. Whenever that is, I do plan to be there, and I'd love to see how this works in person. I will, once this is all done, post the source code and all the files, the images, the scripts I use to compile everything to the link below, but I'm keeping that repository private until after that date. Also, this little badge, so on the badge, there's a little programming header that you just plug into, and this little green box is what I use to program it, to interact with it, to debug it, whatever. And I have a few of those. So the first so many people that are able to completely solve the badge, I plan to give them one of those along with a mini breadboard and some wires to kind of help them get started. And then all the code will be released. So if you want to reprogram this to do something else, go for it. It has a real-time clock. It has an accelerometer, so you can make it like a pedometer. I feel like there's a lot that could be done here, and many things that I'm just not even thinking of. So I'd like to hear what eventually in the future what you guys do with this. So to initially set the date, I decided to put a switch on this, and I'm glad I did. There's a power switch. Most watches don't have a power switch, right? They're always on. I did put a power switch in this, so the watch is completely off until you get it. That'll mean the battery won't be dead. And as soon as you turn it on, it'll start keeping track of time, but obviously time will be off. So you set the time via an NFC NDEF tag, and you just kind of format it like I did there. Just say date, date, colon, and then the date you want. And the next time it reads that NFC, or the next time the badge is actually on, if you just press a button, it'll turn on, or it'll just turn on the next minute. But as soon as it turns on, it'll read that and set the time appropriately. I wanted to give a special thanks to the BSide staff. They've been really great, trying to do the best they can with all of this. I really appreciate being able to make these badges. It's a lot of stress, but I do kind of enjoy it. And obviously, Kid Mike, I mentioned him before, but he helped me a lot, at least with all the hardware, getting it soldered down. And I think I bounced a question or two off of hardware design with him. And I really appreciate his help on the matter. So with that, I'm sure there's items or questions I missed. If you have any, go ahead and throw them in the Q&A. I see one now. It says, if I didn't buy a badge with my ticket, are those extras that will be for sale? I'm not sure the answer to that. I believe the answer is yes. That's a question for Bryce. So I will poke him afterward to see where ticket sales is at, and maybe I can have him make a comment in the a Slack page on that one. Any other questions?
There's one in the chat. It says, are we going to get an email or something notifying us when you post it to the URL, when you make your GitHub public?
I guess that's possible. I don't have access to that email list, but I could definitely paste that link onto the staff, and the staff could probably do that.
Hey, Waylon, it's Bryce. So
yes, he can answer those questions.
Yeah, we can push out an email. Another thing that I just want to, we always push out the content on Twitter and the Slack channel as well. So the Twitter and Slack are usually the best places to get updates, right? And then, yeah, I'm happy to push out an email whenever that code's online. So, and then if we have extra badges, we definitely want to get rid of them. So, we'll we'll talk about what that means. I'm hopeful we can have a meetup later in the year. And you know, if we do that, then we'll figure out how many we have working and sell off the rest of them. But we definitely want to make sure that the people who have already purchased them get them first, right? So.
All right, cool. Seeing if there's any, I think that's it, right? We've hit everything. Okay, well, I appreciate your time. I'm really curious to see what you think. If we should just stick with more of a traditional badge, or I think this was a cool idea. Yeah, thank you guys very much for attending. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Waylon. Yeah, I know we've kicked around some ideas about next year's badge or what we want to change in the future for 2021 and things like that. Anyways, so let's, Will, are you on the Zoom?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Whenever you're ready, share your screen and you can kick off whenever you want.
Okay, cool.
Oh, I'll intro. So Will's going to be speaking next. He's going to say his talk is entitled, "It is the year 200. We are robots," which I believe is like a Flight of the Conchords reference.
Yeah, so it's actually, it's the year 2000.
2000. I typoed that. My apologies. So, all right, whenever you're ready, Bill.
All right, let's see. Can you see the screen?
Yep, we can see it.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, thanks Bryce for the intro. I'm Will Pierce. I work at Cybersecurity. And as I was building the talk, obviously you have to submit, and then when you're building the slides, it gets, you maybe take it in a different direction. So this, we're going to talk about phishing and sort of the applications of AI to phishing and kind of where that's at and the work that we're doing. But so some previous work, we've done some talks in at BSides Las Vegas as well, which is, BSides has been one of my favorite venues to give talks at. Sorry, as a chat. And we gave a talk at DerbyCon about kind of similar things. We have some public projects already out there. So OpBot, which uses reinforcement learning to sort of find administrative privileges. Proof Pudding was sort of our adversarial attack against Proofpoint. We get to drive by them on 15 every day. And so they're kind of on our hit list. Command recommendations with RNNs and Deep Drop, which I just rewrote. So Deep Drop is just a sandbox classification model. And I just rewrote it to give back a score. So it used to do the whole dropper thing, but I tore out all of the dropper bit, and now it's just an API. We were scheduled to give some talks, but thanks to Corona, we're here, so we'll have to save them for our course in Black Hat. But so the first question, when you're looking at machine learning, says, is machine learning right for you? And really, machine learning there is a lot of hype around it, and that's with good reason. It can be really effective, but ultimately, you're just trying to model a problem mathematically. There's not much magic to it. You can use it to predict without explicit programming, but you yourself are still going to need to know how to program. So you can't just throw data in and expect something useful out. There's going to be a very heavy workload up front in terms of collecting data, parsing data, and making it, transforming it into a format that's going to be useful. That's before you even get to the piece like feature engineering, where you're using your knowledge to lead the model in a particular way. But ultimately, it allows us to be more productive. We can do things like automate decisions. We want to offload that more manual work to an algorithm. So if there are simple things that you can automate, decisions that you can automate, like Deep Drop, for example, that's, you can be more productive and you can focus on different things. The industry is growing super fast. Computing power, there's some stat that goes around every once in a while. It's like computing power doubles every, 50 days or something. And so, there's a lot out there and there's a lot to be done. We kind of think that, some basic knowledge of machine learning will be required going into the future. It's still magic. Every time, every time I go through and I explain a neural network to one of my colleagues, it's still a little bit magic, but it is mostly math. In fact, it's only math, which is, I wouldn't be afraid of the math piece. The math, the math's kind of already done for us. I like to say algorithms are empty. And so the math, we don't have to struggle with the math. It's done for us. On the right, this is a little excerpt from Talk to Transformer. So I just actually, there's a talktotransformer.com, and it's just the GPT-2 model, which is a big language model hooked up. And I simply just asked it, is machine learning right for you? And this is what it came up with. So in some ways it can be coherent, and in other ways it, it can kind of talk around the subject. Offensive machine learning. So this is kind of, I have stopped doing ops at Silent Break for now, and I focus mainly on, building tools and research that help support our ops team. And offensive machine learning is just simply the application of machine learning to offensive security problems. So whatever that may be, whether it's, generating phishing emails, whether it's, finding administrative access faster, whatever that may be, we're just using that as a blanket term to kind of separate. But it helps us reduce costs. So, hunting for admin access or hunting for information in really large networks is very costly, and can take quite a long time, especially if you're going through potentially 1,000 file shares. It'd be really nice to have some sort of intelligent system by which you could go through. Automate decisions, just offload those simple decisions. We can scale operations. So on the defensive side, machine learning's not being looked at as a replacement for human interaction, but in order to scale, or at least that'll be the first step, is to scale. We can dig through our data and we can create advantages. So red teams, I think, traditionally haven't collected or even cared about what data they're looking at or collecting. But digging through the data, we can create our own advantages, especially as networks get tighter and more products sort of land on the endpoint. And there's obviously the adversarial piece, and we count the adversarial machine learning under offensive machine learning, as it just helps us further our more nefarious goals. So if we can bypass proof points model with an adversarial model, then that to us that helps us further our offensive objectives. And machine learning is awesome. Digging into it, if you're into data, or if even if you have that little spark, or that love for just numbers or data, even if you're not into math, it's not, I like to say it's not a math problem anymore. The math's done for us. It's an engineering problem now. And so most of my work is actually some people make the analogy that data is oil. And if this were the analogy were true, then I'm building the drill. So we have a lot of data here that we can't keep on to. So I have to build some sort of drill that we can transform it before it gets deleted. And the math's taken care of. So it's not a math problem. So if you're interested in it, I'd highly recommend digging into it, because it's not as complicated as you would think. But we're able to model complex relationships. So if we're looking through Active Directory, I can find a little nugget of information way faster with some sort of similarity algorithm than I could scrolling up and down in a text file looking through information. Obviously, with the computing, you can just crush huge amounts of data. There's almost no limit to it, and the data we have, we're not saving billions of data points. We have, maybe 300,000. So it's not a ton. You can make it as complex or as simple as you want. So anything from binary classification to enormous language models to reinforcement learning to combining all of those together into one sort of coherent model. And, really it's about bringing out those operator sixth senses. So, we obviously have a lot of experience. And so it's really about finding out about how, it's about modeling those operator decisions. Like, why did you look in that file share? Why did you, why did you run a sequence in this particular, a sequence of commands in this particular way? Why did you, do this? So we're trying to encode our experience and our knowledge into these algorithms in some coherent fashion. And not only are we looking for it to support our operations, a lot of other companies are doing the same. And so you're going to have some kind of knowledge. Otherwise, you'll be operating on a network and something's going to break and you're not really going to be sure why. And so you're not going to be sure, you're not going to be able to explain it. And you're not going to be able to have really any recourse in terms of troubleshooting. And as networks get tighter, those opportunities are getting much, we're losing access more often than we were in the past. And so unless we can explain why, we can't go back and fix our tools. And so we need to have some sort of knowledge so we can go back and reintegrate or do some research and figure out what's going on. But everybody's jumping on the bandwagon. I remember, or I'm sure a lot of you remember, application whitelisting. 2-3 years ago at Black Hat, it was everything was application whitelisting, and then you had the lol bins project, and as it turns out, there's actually a lot of stuff that can execute things. So vendors have kind of stopped talking about that, and now machine learning is kind of the way. Climate change, it's killing all the fish. So this talk is really about phishing. And over the course of maybe 3 years, we've seen a significant increase in the amount of effort required to phish. And this is just a generic chart with numbers that I made up. But what it really shows is the number of interactions that we're having to do is going up. The number of platforms that we're having to use, so whether it's hosting documents on S3, Azure, any other, Dropbox, we're having to use a number of different platforms. The number of techniques we're having to use, so you used to be able to just send in, simple macro and it would work, but now we're having, a macro, an HTA, an LNK file, and an LNK file wrapped in an ISO, wrapped in a zip file. So just the number of emails generally are going up, and the number of interactions with targets and the number of techniques that you have to send to the targets. But 100% of emails are being inspected, whether it's through a spam filter or whether it's third party or on site, everything's being inspected. We'd say probably 10% of our payloads are being sandboxed, so it's still not a huge number. 80% of our emails are received, so the payloads do get delivered, and we do get a 60% click rate. The issue is, the endpoint protection that we're generally up against. There's several of them, so it's not any one product. You're having to balance bypassing, 2 or 3 different endpoint products. So that means, our efforts going up. But through ops, there's kind of this process where we have, a comfort level. Ops are going smoothly, everything's working fine, work's getting done, project manager's happy, everyone's happy. And then, there's some sort of change and people start to implement new technology or whatever it might be. And there's some discomfort. Ops are taking longer to complete. The tools work, but they have some challenges. Maybe some techniques that have fallen off in their usefulness, or techniques are getting caught, or we can't use one of our favorite techniques for whatever reason. and ultimately just leads to work taking longer. And so we need to do something. So we're going to adjust, and this is works on hold as we rewrite our tools. We have to test, have to make sure everything works, and then then we can start pushing things out. But there's definitely a delay in work. And I'd say, in terms of the phishing piece or the initial access piece, we're definitely at that point of discomfort and an adjustment. So this talk, obviously, I think is a representation of that, and the research that I do is a representation of the adjustment that we're having to make as a result of just some light discomfort in regards to phishing. But red teams have had it, or attackers have had it easy for a very long time. And so a lot of people will maybe complain that it's difficult. I mean, all of the teams we talk to say it's getting more difficult. You're seeing a rise in sort of assume breach model testing. But I think we're just in sort of a balancing phase where defenses are getting better and attackers are going to have to raise their game a little bit. So we're going to go through a little exercise and sort of talk about how we do things. And so firstly, when we're phishing, we start with a persona. So this is a fake person. And they have work experience, they went to a school, they're just a regular person, and they represent kind of our team on the internet. And I would say probably each of our operators handles maybe 4 to 6 personas that they're responsible for. And, thanks to sort of machine learning, these faces that you see on the left are all fake. They're not real people. So if I'd actually, we used, you can just go on Google and Google for a person, and you go to like the 15th page and you steal a profile picture. You don't have to do that anymore. You can just generate a fake person. So maybe deepfakes are actually good for the general population in this way. But this is, I think this is not a person.com. And so you can go, or this person does not exist.com. So you can go, you can generate a face, and you can throw it up on LinkedIn and fill out, all the requisite information there. And then you have some sort of presence, you have an email address, you can push out all the social media, build all the social media accounts you need, and so on and so forth. But really, when you're looking at phishing, you want to get the right combination of things. So you need a persona, you obviously need a pretext, and you need some sort of target. So one of our favorite, our probably most successful phish come from our personas that are young women. And my 2 favorite pretexts are just an executive recruiter or a new college graduate. And my targets are men aged 45 to 60, vice presidents, directors, C-level, those kind of people, or similar age women in similar positions. I tend to find that if I'm phishing from a young women's persona, that older women are less interested in helping me out. Where men aged this is anecdotal, but men aged 45 to 60 are generally extremely responsive. They're more ambitious, and they're generally more aggressive with following up with my emails, and so they make a very nice target, as they're more involved potentially in their careers, or they're always looking for the next best thing, kind of. Although executives at, for example, Fortune 1 or top, our Fortune 5, let's say, are the recruiting process is a little different, and so I tend to just maybe stay away from executives at really big companies. If I'm posing as a young man, I like the job advice, like, hey, here's my resume, could you take a look at it? Or I'm thinking about you look like you took a similar career path to me, just wondering how it worked out for you. Would you be interested in looking at my resume, or having a talk? And the target can be really men aged any age and any position. Effectively, a lot of people are really, they want to share their opinion, and they want to you know, they want to interact with you. So if you're asking someone about their opinion, you know, they're more likely to come back to you. You know, and as the time goes on, you can say, oh, you know, do you want to get on the phone? You know, here's my calendar. The calendar is just an HTA that, you know, you send through, you know, a link on S3, and you get execution that way. Again, so a young woman, pretext job advice or life advice, kind of the similar thing. And then, you know, older women in any position. So, you know, if you're asking for advice versus offering a position, I tend to find that, you know, older women are more inclined to help you out or take a look than if you are trying to, if you meet them in a business fashion. But, you know, techniques to challenge your targets. So you want to be professional upfront. You want to build a relationship. You know, you want to make sure that you're following up with your targets. You know, don't just shoot off a phishing email and then come back or not come back with anything. You want to make sure that you're following up. If you found someone who's going to execute your phish, you know, send them multiple payloads. So use them to troubleshoot on the network. And if you're recruiting, you know, salaries should be competitive. They shouldn't be egregious. You know, they shouldn't be ridiculously out. But, you know, in lieu, you can use stock options. So IPO, anything with tech, you know, fintech's very popular at the moment. So it's like, hey, you know, we're to start up IPO. You know, do you have, if you're phishing an accountant, you know, do you have IPO experience? And they're going to know exactly what that means for their paycheck. But ultimately, you want to play to your strengths, and you want to play to, you know, your target's wants, needs, and expectations of your persona. So, you know, if you're phishing someone in Australia, for example, you want to make sure that you put the U's in the right places for the different spelling. 10 targets. So executives, we like going after executives, but they're high risk, high sometimes, and the reward's not always there. Because, you know, they don't always have access to the information we want. Interns, we love phishing interns. You know, they're new, they're fresh, they don't want to mess up. They, you know, they're looking for a new job that pays more. So these folks are always good. Marketing, you know, they're pretty hit or miss. Sales are really good. They'll click on anything that says RFP or here's the invoice or so on and so forth. HR used to be our favorite, not so much anymore. They're just used to dealing with people. They have processes for shifting your document somewhere. And so, you know, they're kind of not a favorite of mine. Project managers, you know, they're also a favorite. They're used to receiving documents from the external. IT folks, high risk, again, high risk, high reward. I would recommend, you know, LinkedIn Premium pays for itself. You know, you can go and do a Google Doc for some doc on their site, pull the email out of that, poison the doc and send it back in. But then when you start chatting with people, you know, this is the kind, I pulled these messages out of our LinkedIn chats. And some of them are kind of funny. But I think you're beautiful is, you know, it's not an appropriate place for LinkedIn, but, you know, you should use that to your advantage if you're trying to phish this person. So unstructured text is really painful. So we have kind of two scenarios when we're chatting with targets. We have, you know, are you interested? And he's like, no, I'm not interested. I'm happy where I am. Cool, thank you. You know, move on to the next one. Then you have the other scenario where they are interested and you can start to converse with the target. When you're conversing with the target, you know, you want to give yourself options. And so, hey, that link didn't work for me. Apologize, we're on a new system. You know, here's another one. Still couldn't open it. Here's an HTA. So oftentimes, you know, if you find this target that is willing to give you feedback, then you should definitely push the envelope until you get caught. But you know, we want to turn this into a machine learning problem. So how can we do this? Well, you know, we can use word embeddings, and these word embeddings are just machine learnable representations. So you know, given input Y, what's the probability of X? So given a conversation where this person is interested in a job and there's this conversation going on, what's the probability that, you know, the model should output this text versus the other text? And you know, it's a joint probability problem. So when you're looking at training, So we gather your email logs. You want to recreate the conversations and sort of input output. You'll want to, turn all those, create a vocabulary, turn all those words into numbers, and then you'll want to throw it into sort of a recurrent neural network, an LSTM, or you could even, some of the larger GPT-2, which is a really large language model. There's I'm sure a lot of you have heard of AI Dungeon, which I think came out of a student at BYU here in Utah. But it's looking at the probabilities of what the next word is in a given context. And so when you're running through this, you can see what comes out. And this is our email. So we gave it a context. Hi, Jim, I'm a graduate looking for a job. And the model just finished it for us, including the many thanks, including the name. So you can see it's not great, but emails can be corrected and the emails are guaranteed to be different. So this is another email. So this is useful in the sense where a blue team is looking for similarity against our on our emails. So let's say we fire off 5 templated emails. One of them gets caught. These language models ensure that all of our emails are different, and so they're not as likely to get found. But from a cost perspective, rewriting 5 fresh emails before phishing can be, it's costly, it's timely, and we want to make, we want to scale operations. So if we can generate emails, even if they have to be corrected, then that's awesome. And you can just generate text almost infinitely. And in my testing, generally about 30% of them are useful. 100% of them need some sort of tweaking. And you can go from there. But it's coherent, but it still sounds kind of odd. And we can do the same with chatbots. So actually, when I first started researching this, like, look for a chatbot that does recruiting, or where's some example code. And as it turns out, there's just legitimate companies that do this, which I'm surprised that I was surprised to find that. But it's the same thing. So gather chat logs, recreate the conversation, train your model, and then kind of see what comes out. Our issue generally is that we don't have a ton of these conversations. So a chatbot might a chatbot at a recruiting company might have millions of examples. We probably have maybe, let's see, 2,500. So comparatively, our models are going to be worse. But this link in the bottom, you can go to LinkedIn, you can pull out your messages. But so this is kind of an example of a conversation from our chatbot bot. And this hi Sally, you're interested in a job? I am interested. What is it? And then the response doesn't make sense in the context. And so these are kind of difficult to get away with. But I would say, it's mostly the issue that we have is hindered by the amount of data we have. So, we just can't keep data for the sake of machine learning. Our clients, it's unpopular for us to keep data, even though, clients will ship, they'll ship all their logs off to Carbon Black in the cloud, but we're not allowed to. It's obviously a different kind of information, but I'm wondering if that will change in the future. Things like adversary simulation products, for example, if they're going to start to implement AI at some point, and they're going to have to keep data. I would say generally templates are easier to write, they're easier to send. You're in control of everything, and they're still not getting caught, but they will get you caught. If some blue teams finds one email, they will likely find the rest of them. But chatbots and AI and language models are just going to get better from here. So, we're kind of at the beginning of it, which is exciting, but also scary. There's a ton of work to be done in organizations everywhere. And there are just new risks presented. So, the whole adversarial piece is another one. Find me after. I'll be on the BSides Slack and Twitter, and then I'll put these slides up on this GitHub link here. Sorry, I kind of talk kind of fast. Okay, so we have a couple minutes or 2 minutes for questions. Are there any questions? Can people hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I don't see any questions in the Q&A or in the chat. If anybody has anything, but we just got one. It said, I have no experience in ML. Where should I start?
I would start with, so binary classification, definitely start there. There's a great book called Make Your Own Neural Network by Tariq Rashid. And it breaks down a neural network, just the simplest components, and it is dead simple to understand. Do you have any AI tool or research references? Yeah, I would say, so there's a DEF CON AI Slack, and if you're interested, I would definitely recommend joining that Slack in addition, to sort of Googling. I think there's a lot of research that's done in labs that isn't very practical for our use cases. So there's going to be a lot of effort that's going to have to go through and pick out this academic research and apply it to us, to the offensive use case. Another question. So if attacks are moving this way, from a blue team perspective, how do we go about combating this? I think a lot of the tools don't really exist yet, or they're starting to be built in, but the maturity isn't there. So even though we're doing this research on networks, we're generally not having issues with machine learning products that we know of yet. I'd say Proofpoint is an exception to that, but they're pretty good at what they do. And so yeah, I would just say hang on. It's going to be a year, 2, 3 before these products are really going to be useful for you. In the meantime, though, if you have your own data, then you can go through and build your own models. So you're looking for cosine similarity, similarity scores for malicious events, things like that. So we're out of time, but there is one project that I wanted to highlight for the defensive side. It's a project called Cybert, C-Y-B-E-R-T, and it was put out by, not sure it was put out by, but they're looking at this kind of stuff. So there's definitely a goldmine there for the defensive side. Excellent. That's it for me. If you guys have questions, I'll be in the BSides Slack. And if you just want to talk machine learning, I'll be there as well. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate it. Great talk. So, okay, up next, we got Adam Fisher. He's going to be talking about OWASP API top 10. So whenever you're ready, Adam, feel free to take it away. Thanks.
Awesome, guys. Great stuff. Glad to be here on a Saturday morning. And yeah, excited to talk about APIs and API security here. So excellent. Let's go ahead and get started. A little bit more about myself. I've been in security now for about 15 years. I always say that I got my start with WinNuke 95, and I know that's starting to age me a little bit, but those were fun times with some early operating systems. Originally from Pennsylvania, been in Salt Lake City since 2001, so easily over half my life, and now live in Lehigh. I've traveled significantly for work and cover now most of the Southwest areas, deploying security solutions in those regions, in those cities. But most of the time, most Saturdays, most weekend nights and weeknights, you'll see me on a soccer field, or at least carpooling soccer kids around the valley. So it's I always say that's my real job. But let's go ahead and let's get into it. I'm excited to really highlight here some of the new things that we're seeing with APIs and really a new attack surface that more and more enterprises are leveraging. And it's really been a good change of pace. I've spent 10 years in application security, specifically dealing with web application firewalls, application attacks, securing login pages, and dealing with the ever increasing attack surface that we have with credential stuffing and account takeover, and breaches with in that sense, right? So securing login pages and things has been something I've been doing a lot with lately. But APIs are causing a change in how applications are secured, should be secured, and how we're businesses are really implementing web pages going forward. And so when you think about traditional application security, the solutions out there that most of us are familiar with, or at least are pretty common in industry, are like a WAF, so web application firewall. You're gonna have something like Palo Alto, which is like a next generation firewall. Things like that that are looking to secure applications from the common attacks that we have. The OWASP Foundation for a couple of years now has been releasing their top 10 of application security attacks, and those are pretty well familiar. But they don't cover the change that we see with APIs. The attack vectors that face API-driven websites are different than the attack vectors that would come against a traditional web application. And so to give a little bit of history on APIs and kind of how we got here is when you think back to what was one of the very first really large popular e-commerce sites that we had in eBay. And now I don't shop too much on eBay anymore, but we go back to the beginnings of eBay. You would sit there, you have this auction site, you're watching your bid to see if someone is going to outbid you in that last 60 seconds or 30 seconds of a bid. And eBay needed a way that they could communicate that real-time auction, those bid numbers as they changed quickly, rapidly. And they couldn't refresh the entire web page and expect that bid or your screen to have the new information right away. And so eBay came out with really the first web API where the API would just request and it would just update the price, what the new bid is on that web page, and it wouldn't reload all of the HTML and process the entire page. And now we can continue to see that today. A popular example for me is on the ESPN sites, where if you're following a play-by-play of a basketball game or a football score, ESPN is not refreshing the entire page all the time. It's just that simple play-by-play information that the API is processing. And so those are the differences. That's how we see web applications moving now. We're getting away from the traditional website where it's a massive request. You have a large web server that is processing that and feeding that out each time, to where now it's more real-time data, and it's just the data that's important to the web page. And we kind of refer to these, we can refer to these as single page applications. Another good example is Netflix, where you can almost endlessly scroll, and then Netflix will display the new recommendations whenever that comes into your field of view. And so to do this right now, we're moving on to what we refer to as a microarchitecture with APIs, where each API microservice will just reply to that specific API call that's being requested. So this could just be the authentication page to your application. It could just be the real-time game score. In Netflix's world, it could just be, the top 10 recommendations. It could be your action movie recommendations. But each microservice handles a different part of the web page. So this allows to have faster real-time responses to the content that the users are looking for, are expecting to see in their browser window, in their application. And it also obviously then allows the service in a microservice world to expand more rapidly. If a certain aspect of the web page is busier than the other, then that microservice can expand or shrink in your cloud availability set to cope for the load of just that particular aspect of your web page, and you're not duplicating the entire site to handle just a small aspect of your web page. So that's what's bringing us up to date here with APIs. And so now when we look at the different architectures, the different requirements around API security, the OWASP Foundation came together and created a specific top 10 list of vulnerabilities that we see specifically on API endpoints and API applications. And so when we look at these, we see here some clean distinctions between the traditional vulnerabilities on application security. We do see a few holdovers down here at the bottom, around 7 to 10. Those we've seen before in the past and are common across applications, and we'll speak to that. But the top 6 here are very unique, and we'll get into some of the uniqueness of these. But ultimately, it comes down to the fact that we're getting away from what we refer to in the industry as signature protection or attack signatures. In web application firewall space, and one thing I became very familiar with in the beginning of my career was the concept of attack signature. And a common example of that will be if I'm running a web server, an Apache web server, and the Apache web server has a vulnerability, then anybody running that version of Apache can potentially be vulnerable. And so an attacker can create a common attack string, if you will, that would exploit the Apache vulnerability. And so from a security solution perspective, I would just need to write a specific signature that looked for that attack string. I could push it out across my solutions. I could create it once, and then in all intents and purposes, that attack would be mitigated. And from an attacker perspective, it was also pretty easy. He could craft that specific attack string, blast it out across the internet. Anybody running that version of Apache or that version of the web server could potentially be vulnerable, and I would have my attack, and I could attack anybody running that string, and I'm successful. In the API world, these APIs, one, are more customized. There's no such thing as a common API implementation. Every business, every website is going to have some type of an implementation specific to their needs and to their development, to their DevOps practices and their developers, how they coded their API. So there isn't necessarily a common signature that I can just blast out and that everything would then work. There has to be a level of reconnaissance that an attacker does to discover these vulnerabilities, to profile the APIs. And so that entails as well a different type of security. We can't just put an API endpoint behind a WAF, an application firewall, and expect all of those signatures to take effect or to have the type of security that we're used to. Oftentimes APIs as well, we can assume that these APIs are going to be accessed through a browser. So things like browser security as well doesn't necessarily apply. In my experience, as soon as one of my customers put an API endpoint behind an application firewall, I quickly saw that nearly 20 to 30% of the security policies or features would apply. They would lose 70% of the value that a WAF could do because bot detection, browser telemetry, the things that a WAF would do to run inside the browser to detect and identify the attacker can't happen because the API is either it's a business, it's a machine-to-machine communication, or it's a native mobile application where we can't run those things inside a browser because the browser doesn't exist, and so you lose those protections. And the top 6 here that we see, broken object level authorization, broken authentication, all the way down here to mass assignment, these are things that are not going to be covered with those traditional solutions. And so let's look at why that is. And we'll dive into a little bit deeper on these here. So the first one, the most common one, being a broken object level authorization attack. I'm going to highlight two specific attacks where this affected some very large customers. And really what it boils down to is once I am authenticated as a legitimate user, what does that authorization, what does my authentication allow me to do? And in often cases, what we're going to see here is that allows me then to access data of another user. So I'm authenticated and the API is doing the authentication check, but it's not checking what I'm authorized to see, whether or not I have permissions to see this data. I'm authenticated to the system, and once I'm authenticated, I can get whatever I want. And this is a very difficult from a DevOps perspective because you have to do this check basically on every request that the authenticated user is making. So when we look here, here's one example. This is from last July as when it was detected, but specifically was disclosed around November, where an attacker, once he was authenticated to the Verizon basically customer portal here, he was able to access then or just enumerate all the contract IDs as part of that API request and returned roughly 2 million contracts or account agreements here from the Verizon system here. And obviously pretty significant, and it really wasn't that difficult here. So the main thing here is we'll get into how somebody like this can get this information, the steps that an attacker would do if he wants to begin to attack some of these APIs. But it wasn't that difficult from his perspective. And an attacker, one of their first things they will do is they will go through any type of a user creation process and get a valid account. And from that perspective, once they have a valid account, they get some more information and they can begin to see what their authentication gives them, what their account permissions allow them to do. And in this case, he was able to return multiple agreements. Another scenario here, and this was a little bit older, a little bit maybe about 2 years ago now in 2018, but this was when the United States Postal Service first pushed out their, track your package. They're referred to as their informed visibility system. This is a terrible rollout, gave out tons of, this wasn't the only vulnerability that was detected against this application when it was first released. But in this case here, it's very simple. The flaw allowed any user logged in to the system to use an API to see account details for other users. And so very simple here. And as we can see, or as we will see when we get into this, this isn't a situation where we're looking at, I'll come back to the screen here. This isn't a situation where we're looking at a traditional attack signature. There's no malicious content here from a traditional perspective that would say the attack request is incorrect or is bad. It's not malformed. It's a valid API request. Everything, there's no parameters that were inserted here, but it's down to the actual value level of the parameters. That is the mistake here. And so this would easily bypass any type of application firewall rule. There's other solutions out there that are, doing some like blacklisting and whitelisting of traffic of API requests. But there's nothing wrong here in the request. You have to compare the actual value that is in the cookie or is in the token against what is being requested. And so is the user ID here that is in the request, does that match the user ID that's in the response? And if it doesn't, then that's something that we have to look at. And so it's down to the actual parameter value level of how we would have to compare multiple values in the request and in the response from a security perspective. And so very difficult, difficult one to remediate. Okay, so the next one we have here was on A2, broken authentication. Broken authentication can really highlight any type of credential stuffing or account takeover issue here against any type of API login endpoint. I see my time, so I'm going to go a little bit faster here. But what we have here is, basically Java web tokens are becoming more and more popular, if not one of the main ways that APIs handle the authentication. Beware, it's not necessarily super secure. There's definitely vulnerabilities out there in how that is handled. It's not difficult for an attacker to decrypt or to open up what's inside that token and look for sensitive data or vulnerabilities as to how they could then break an authentication. The one thing as well is oftentimes businesses will have their standard form-based authentication in their traditional application, and then they're going to have possibly multiple API endpoints that handle authentication. And so as businesses move away from one form of authentication to another, there is multiple ways, or multiple doors now where authentication takes place. And so the API endpoints may not always follow the same visibility, or it may not be integrated into additional security solutions like the traditional login pages are in the beginning. So be aware of that. Now, this is a good one here, excessive data exposure. I don't know if any attack is good, but plenty of good examples of how this happens. And when we think of data exposure, right away we think of, a database breach where somebody exfiltrated millions of rows from a database through a traditional, maybe application SQL injection. They got inside the business, whatever it is. But in the API world, this really has a different connotation. It's a different meaning. It's not about getting data from the database, but it's about exposing sensitive data where it wasn't required. And this is an example that the OWASP gave, which isn't good. There's plenty of dating apps out there. And this was a case where just through a simple request, even if I turned, in this example here, even if I turned my privacy settings on, meaning that I don't want my location to be shared in the application, all that privacy setting did was remove those fields from the user interface, from the application. It did not prevent the server from responding with that data. So in this case here, I simply would, if I put my privacy settings on, okay, great, my data is not shared. Well, that's not the case. If we actually look at what is included in the response, my latitude and longitude is still there. Even if I wanted to hide my photo, I don't want to share my photo, that's okay either, because the actual URI, the URL to my photo is included in the response still. So it's just hidden in the interface. It's not, preventing that data from being returned. And so you can kind of refer to this as client-side filtering, which is not actually preventing my data from being exfiltrated. And so this is an example of what in the API world excessive data exposure means. And from an attacker perspective, if I wanted to take this a step further and just, continue to friend people, find their location. We even saw here during this attack, they were able to get down to and say, hey, there's even people using this application, supposedly in the White House. Now, somebody could be spoofing this location or whatever, but you get the idea. All right, so in this scenario, so from a remediation perspective, You also want to have something that is investigating the response data in APIs. We can see the difference here from a traditional perspective. The traditional security tools like a WAF are only inspecting on the request and not inspecting the response. When you look at API security, you have to look at the response as well as what you're sending out. Resources and rate limiting. This is another one here. So we have things like, this isn't about networking. When I came into the API space, I had to kind of change my thinking a little bit where, you think about the network requesting or limiting the requests coming from the network side, from the IP side. Here again, this is more about the response. How much data am I trying to return from these microservices? You will see very commonly we have, a page size. We're only going to return 250 items. Remember, these microservices are usually a lot smaller implementations, a lot smaller servers, where it could be very, it's very possible to overload those. So you're not going to cause, not looking to take down the entire website. You're just looking to cause the microservice to return too much data to where it can't handle processing all of the data that's being returned. So we have to do checks here on exactly, what the page size value should be. And again, notice here, it's a completely legitimate request. The attack here is that I'm increasing this value to a size where the microservice can't handle it. I'm going to crash it. The other thing here, broken function level authorization. Now what we're talking about is changing, the actual method calls. So the post, I'm supposed to, this API endpoint expects maybe a post to be received. From an attacker perspective, what if I change that to delete? What if I change from a, post to a put? Is there checking involved there that the server won't either as well process an incorrect method call to that endpoint? And this is very common. I see this is a first level from an attacker perspective as they're looking through the API endpoints. What can they access? What can they hit? Next is mass assignment. Can I change, the my permission level by including additional fields? All right, so maybe I'm authenticated as a user. I'm going to go through, create my user account. I now have just a basic user account, and now I want to elevate my privileges on the API. Can I do that? And this is very common. I see this a lot as well. If is admin equals true, change my role to administrator, all trying to find elevated privileges that then gives them access to additional endpoints or additional permissions to request data. This was an example that I saw here just recently, where during the registration process, they can detect here in the beginning, I'm trying to register my email. The response is, nope, email is not verified. That's an incorrect email. We changed that. And so the attacker just saw that response and said, oh, well, I wonder if in my response, I tell it that it's verified. He did that, came back, and now the email is verified. So this is an example here of doing that mass assignment. It's not so much on the roles, but we can still get through here. Basically, what you can do is include the parameter or insert additional parameters that aren't in the standard request that we see, but just modify it a little bit and you get what you want. Security misconfiguration. Now we're getting to some of the ones from the traditional OWASP top 10, but here this is simply when we can cause an error, or in the response, you're basically leaking data that helps the attacker understand what the process is, or understand what services are running, and then they can maybe craft specific attacks against that. We still have injection attacks here, and what's interesting and what I've seen is that just because the traditional application has You know, all your traditional applications are behind a WAF. You know, the SQL injection and the cross-site scripting attacks aren't as prevalent. But how about your API endpoints? Because, you know, those are created maybe ad hoc, maybe they're in different environments. They're created more, you know, frequently. There's rapid development in the API space. So those API endpoints aren't behind the traditional security solutions that we have, leaves them available for these injection attacks. And maybe, you know, from a cross-site script perspective, you're inserting something that then takes a hold on the website side as well. I've seen it as well. So it's like, you know, the website's more secure, but the API endpoint that's on that website is not. And so I can access that and have almost like a side load into the website. Now, improper asset management, and the last ones here, as I'm running out of time, are all about the traditional approaches. We still see these a lot, but basically, you know, the APIs are definitely a newer space. Security teams don't have the same amount of visibility, or just haven't been provided that in the business. And so for the security team to discover and identify these APIs is more difficult. And so you need something, you know, outside of just, you know, good documentation practices to discover and identify your API landscape and how, you know, how big that grows. The other thing I've noticed, and I'm sure we've seen this as well, is APIs have versions. So you'll push out a new version of your API, 1, 2, 3, 4. There was a time I was working, you know, integrating with Salesforce. I think at that time they were on version like 38 or 39 of their API, but the version I needed was version 27 because that's one that was compatible with the solution I was deploying. And I could go back and just change the version number in the URI and get back to version 27. And that's what we see here as well. So in proper asset management, you're promoting these APIs, and the old ones are not getting deprovisioned. And so you still have exposure to those APIs that haven't been updated. So I'm going to pause there, answer any questions that might be out there. No worries. So good. Cool. Well, guys, I hope that was beneficial. I want to give time to rotate on to the next one. My time is about up. You can find me out there on Slack and anywhere else, and I'll answer any questions you have. Appreciate your time and look forward to the rest of the conference.
Thanks, Adam. That was awesome. So I learned some stuff about API security in that session. So up next, we got Carrie Roberts, Darren Roberts, and Cameron Roberts. They're going to be talking about doing domain password audit tools. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Carrie. So feel free to start presenting whenever you're ready. Thanks.
All right, here we go. How does it sound?
Sounds good, looks good.
Okay. Let's see. All right. I'm Carrie Roberts, or 1=1 on Twitter. We also have with me here in the house, Darren Roberts, my husband. He's Mr. or 1=1. I helped him with that idea. And we also have Cameron Jr. or 1=1. And here we're sporting our nerd glasses. And to introduce ourselves, we even have some little junior hackers in the house that we're training up back here that help us out. We're kind of a family of hackers, and it's fun. This is our first presentation as a family at anything, and this is a presentation on the domain password audit tool. Watch how the kids help out when when we're taking drinks of our sodas here. Okay, so we're presenting on the domain password audit tool, which is a tool I wrote originally. But since then, Darren and Cameron have maintained and added features too as part of their mentoring into infosec. And we're going to start off this presentation with a little cheerleading episode about getting into infosec presented by me. And then I'll turn it over to Cameron, who will give us some history on how passwords work, how to crack password hashes, how hashes are obtained from computers, etc. So bear with me while I do the little cheerleading section here and introduction. So I started out as a mechanical engineer working for HP building automation equipment. It was awesome, but there came a time I worried about job security at the company. So I went back to school and learned computering. And I came back in 2007 again to HP and started programming, writing PC applications and mobile applications. Ultimately became a web application developer. That was super fun. I got to develop a brand new web app, and I was the main developer, and I was a new web app developer really. And one day, while I was happily developing, about to release our web app, my boss walked by with a notepad of paper, dropped it on my desk. It was a report, and he pointed at the report and he said, "Fix this stuff." And I had no idea what he was talking about. I just saw a lot of red on the paper. So I started reading, and I realized that management had a security test done on my application before we released it. And it turns out it was vulnerable to some big security vulnerabilities. One of the main vulnerabilities was SQL injection, where the report said we could read, modify, or delete any data that you have and store in your database. And all we have to do is type in something like or 1 = 1 into one of your input fields. And I was like, no way, this can't be. I was like in shock and disbelief. So I go to my development machine and I type in their example payload, and the database, my development database goes away. And so I'm just completely in shock. Also learned about cross-site scripting, which I'd never heard of before, and that my app was vulnerable to that in a lot of places as well. So that was my introduction to information security. So I went home that night very discouraged, like, oh my goodness, I've just been destroyed. My application's terrible. I didn't even know this was possible, and kind of shrugged my shoulders and pouted my way home, talked to my husband and told my husband, I just can't be a good developer or programmer if I don't know anything about security. But he encouraged me to go ahead and just embrace security instead of kind of like be scared of it and worried that I didn't know anything, to embrace it and learn about it. So I inquired around with coworkers what would be a good way for me to learn about security. And in 2010, I took my first security class from SANS, and I became certified in information security fundamentals. So I took their 301 class. It was a really good class. I enjoyed it. I took a few more classes over the next year, and that's where I learned about pen testing. So it hadn't really occurred to me that this pen testing, trying to break into applications or computer systems and make them do things they weren't supposed to do or steal information would be a really fun job. So when I learned about that, I realized that I really wanted to be a pen tester. This would be a really cool job. Instead of trying to make things work, try to make them break, and try to break in and steal things. And even sometimes physically get permission to physically break in and learn to pick locks and jump through windows. So I thought this is definitely the job for me. So it became my goal to become a pen tester. It reminded me of that Sneakers movie where ex-convicts they get together and prove that they can steal money from a bank, but it wasn't all an improved activity. So when they're done with that job and the lady's typing out the check, she's asking them, so people hire you to break into their places to make sure no one can break into their places? And that's exactly what it is. And he replies, it's a living. And so I like that movie. So in 2014, I reached my goal, and I went for the master's degree in information security from SANS and completed that, and became a penetration tester for Black Hills Information Security. I love that, but I moved on in 2017 to the Walmart Red team and did that for a couple of years. And then I moved to the blue team, which is the network defender. So instead of breaking in, it's back to keeping people from breaking in. And I did that really with the goal to become a better red teamer. Not necessarily that I will go back to red team, but I wanted to understand both sides and everything about everything, because I like to learn a lot. It's one of my main goals. So I'm over on blue team now. So I was having so much fun. At this time, Darren was a high school math teacher online, and he saw me and I'm just having so much fun in my room. Like, look at this, I'm breaking into this and doing this. And I'm making good money compared to a teacher, especially, sorry to say. And I had a flexible schedule where I work from home. So it was great. And Darren started saying, I wish I could be a pen tester. And I'd put on my cheerleading outfit. Yeah, do it. You should do it. Totally do it. And he'd say, no, I'm too old. You know, he was 40 something, early 40s. He's like, oh, it's probably too late for me. I can't do it. So we wouldn't talk about it for a while. And then he would see me having way too much fun, making good money and having a flexible schedule. And he would say again, I wish I could be a pen tester. I should be a pen tester. And I would cheer for him. Yeah. But he would say he was too old. And then ultimately he agreed, and he went back to school and got a bachelor's in computer information technology. He went to school online and finished that. And while he was doing that, he also went and got certified after taking some SANS classes. So we got 3 certifications in those topics listed there. And in 2017, he became a pen tester for Black Hills. And then as a recent contributor to the domain password audit tool, which we are talking about today. And lastly, we have Cameron. He's my son. He's 17. I put him on summer coding programs to keep him from playing his computer too much, which annoys me. And so he's gotten really good at Python. He's also taking some high school programming classes, and he's been contributing to DPAP by fixing bugs and adding features. So if you end up going and looking at our code, you'll see the features he's added there. And with that, so the moral of this little cheerleading story is that you're never too old. You can get into infosec and be rewarded if you're old or young, male or free, wise or otherwise. You can do it. So with that, you just need to be willing to take that first step, and then you take one more, and eventually you're going to get there. So I'm going to turn this over to Cameron, who will give us some background on passwords and how they're stored and how attackers steal them and how they try to crack them to get your original password back.
So I'm Cameron Roberts at Junior or 1 = 1. So I'm going to be talking about passwords and password hashes. So computers will normally store the hash of your password instead of like the actual text of your password. So they'll take the text and then put it through this hashing algorithm, and then they'll output this long random string of numbers and letters. So the hashing algorithm encodes data into a small fixed size and will always give the same hash for the same password. And it doesn't really matter how long the password is or how short the password is. It'll always be this same length. Hashing algorithms are one way, meaning that you can't take the hash and reverse engineer the algorithm to get the password back. And you can only put them in and get the hash out. So password cracking is where you have this hash that you don't know the password for. So you would guess a password such as password 1 and put it into the algorithm and get the hash. So in this case, the hash is not the correct hash. So you would guess a different password such as password 2 and put that in, and it's still the wrong one. And then you'd guess password 3, and then that's suddenly the right password. So now you know password 3 is the password for the hash. Windows stores 2 different types of password hashes. There's LAN manager and new technology LM hashes. And the LM hash is older and is where they split the password into 2 sections of up to 7 characters each. And they take each section and put it through that hashing algorithm, then put the 2 hashes together to make this one longer hash. And they convert the password into uppercase letters so that there's less options on the different hashes that you can have. So in this example, there's bada bing baby where only certain letters are capitalized, and it's the same hash as the bada bing baby where more letters are capitalized and where all the letters are capitalized. So the LM hash is pretty weak because the time to crack a 7-letter password is the same to crack an 8-letter password, which is the same to crack a 14-letter password. So an LM hash can only have uppercase letters, numbers, and special characters, and it splits it in half. So there's only up to like a basically 7-letter password. So that gives a total of 1 trillion different combinations, which is a relatively small amount for how fast computers are today. And an NTLM hash can have uppercase letters, lowercase letters, numbers, and special characters. And it doesn't split it in half. So like however long you put in your password, there's actually that many letters that it uses. So all of that makes it so that there's 1 octillion different combinations of hashes, which is way more secure. On my computer, it would take an average of about 8 minutes to crack any given 14-character password hash, while it would take 4.3 billion years to crack any 14-character password NTLM hash. So how does the bad guy get your hash is a pretty big question, because if they don't have your hash, they can't crack the hash. So they can get access to your computer by like a phishing email or some other form of hacking, or they can get access to a different computer that would store your hash, such as a domain controller on an enterprise environment. So an enterprise environment is where there's the computers on the domain that have all their own stuff, and then they all connect to this domain controller that stores their hashes and all their other information to authenticate the users that are using the computer. So the domain controller would store, in this example, it would store Larry's hash, Curly's hash, and Mo's hash. But on more recent versions of Windows, the machine will not store the LM hash because it's so weak and replace it with this AAD hash, which is the hash for a blank password. So access to the domain controller is really not good for any hacker because of all the information that it has on hashes and all the users on the domain. So I'm gonna turn it over to Darren now.
Hello, everybody. This is Darren Roberts, and I'm Mr. Or 1 equals 1. I am going to be talking about the domain password audit tool, but I want to point out a few things about what Cameron said. One of the things that we do at my work, I work for Black Hills Information Security. We recommend passwords of 15 characters or more. The reason why we do that is specifically for that LM hash. It's amazing how many times you're on a test and you get access to the hashes and you crack them, and you do find out that there are LM hashes on the environment, even though people, as you talk to the people, they swear up and down that there aren't LM hashes. You still find them out there. So with the 15-character password, it does break that the possibility of even storing the LM hash. So there are older systems out there that do save LM hashes. So we encourage you to have your passwords of 15 characters or more. But anyway, onto the domain password audit tool. So what you can get it here at the repo CLR208 DPAT. There is a great README that explains all that you need to know about it. It has a lot of great information and explains what it is and how to use it. But we're going to go through and look at it. So one of the things that you need are the hashes from the domain controller. And again, Cameron explained what that is. But there's a command to get the hashes off of the domain controller. And you can see here, it's also in the README. But what this is going to do is it's going to dump the hashes into a file that's called an ntds.dit file. And this file is not very readable in terms of humans or, and so we actually need to change this file. The way that we do that is use secrets dump. And again, this command, you can see it, it's on the DPAT repo. But what the secrets dump does is it's going to take that ntds.dit file and it's going to convert it into this more usable format. And we're going to get three files out. One is the customer.ntds file. And you can name that whatever it is, whatever you want. But this ntds file is going to have the username, and it's going to have the LM hash as well as the NTLM hash. And as you're looking through this, hopefully, if you do this on your own environment, you will see all blank LM hashes. Because if you don't have blank LM hashes, then those hashes will be cracked when you send them through a cracker. The other thing that you can notice on this is there's a history for each of these users. The way that you get that is you add this flag at the end, -history. And this history is going to output all of the history, password history stored for the users. So you can see we have user Harry, and then the previous password, the last password that he used is going to be stored as the history 0, and so on and so forth. It goes back through the history of the passwords that he's used. By default, the Active Directory is going to store 24 of these, 24 of the passwords. And you can adjust that. You can change it if you want. But by default, it's set to 24. This has some great information, not only for domain admins to look through, also for hackers. It's kind of gives a lot of information for what we can use. But after you get this NTDS file, you then will need to send it through some kind of a cracker. Hashcat and John the Ripper are very popular ones. But you can send this through the cracker and then try to crack all of the passwords. And again, depending on the length of the password will depend on how easy it's cracked. Another thing that is important, I don't know how I just got there. Sorry. But one of the things that you need to look at is the word list. So the more complete your word list, the more complete your cracking will be. You can see some of these passwords that got cracked on the side over here. Of course, this was just an example, and we could put in whatever we want into the word list. Some of these probably would not be cracked by a regular cracking machine, but if you put them in a word list, then for sure they will be cracked. So even though you have a long password, you need to make sure that the long password is something that is not in any word list. Otherwise, it'll probably be cracked rather quickly. So again, after we have the output from our cracking machine, Hashcat saves this as a .pot, a .pot file. So we then are going to go to our DPAT tool. So after we have the DPAT tool, again, you can see this is what the repo looks like. You can see how to clone it. So you just would clone that into your machine and then run the file. So running the file is going to look something like this. With this file, we're giving it our customer.ntds file. We're giving it our pot file. And then we're also giving it some of our admins information, because this, again, this is just going to let us look at some of the groups that maybe we want to look at to see how their passwords fared. So you can actually give it group files and look at specific users and how their passwords were. And another thing that the tool is going to do is try and crack the NT hashes based on the LM hash. So we know that LM hashes, when you send it through Hashcat or whatever, LM hashes are going to be cracked. But that doesn't necessarily mean you have the NT password. So what this DPAT tool does is it's going to compare these hashes, and it's going to try to finish cracking them based on the output for the LM hash. Like Cameron said, the LM hash is all uppercase. So the LM hash is going to be all uppercase. That is probably not the way that a user would store their password. So the DPAT tool is going to look at the LM hash, analyze all of the uppercase letters, and then go through lowercasing or whatever to these cracked LM hashes to see if they can get the cracked NT hash. After we go through that, we are going to then open the report, and it's going to look like this. So again, we get great output from this. If we click on the details for the password hash, we get this output, and we see the username, the password length, and the NT hash. So, and then again, if the LM password has been cracked. Now, again, look at these things, some of these passwords that were cracked. I doubt that this one up here, this top one, was really cracked, except if it was in the word list. So if it was in the word list that was used, obviously it would be cracked. I don't think that a password length of 39 would be cracked if it wasn't in the word list. So again, training users on not using common passwords if they're in a word list, make sure that that's the case. So again, you can look through these passwords and check how secure your passwords are in your environment. When we do this for customers on tests, this is they really like seeing this kind of information. It does give them insight as to what's going on with the users, how they're storing passwords, how they're choosing passwords, gives the administrators more leverage as to training, maybe creating a stronger password policy. So this is something that everybody can use. Again, when we crack passwords and run it through this is something that our customers at Black Hills really like to see. They love to see this kind of information. So this is a list of the passwords that were cracked via the LM hash. Again, these are not necessarily weak passwords, but because they were stored as an LM hash, they were able to be cracked very easily. And you would want to look through this again as an administrator, find out why these are stored in LM hashes. If there is some kind of a tool on your network, a system on your network that requires the LM hash, look to upgrade that so that you can get rid of these LM hashes some way. But LM hashes basically shouldn't be there. They're still found on environments. It's really not uncommon for us to see them. And but if you can get rid of them, it's obviously the best thing. You can, we also have an output of password length statistics. So again, this is only based on the passwords that were cracked. If a password is not cracked, there's essentially no way to know exactly how long the password was. But out of the ones that are cracked, you can see the details on how long the passwords are. Again, this gives you great detail as far as an administrator, so that you can, again, offer more training and more opportunity to help your employees and co-workers to improve their password policy. We can look at the password reuse stats. This is great information here. For example, let's say you find a password of welcome123 that is just all throughout your environment. This could be your IT support people giving out a password to set up a new account or to reset a password, and then the people just never changing their password after that happens. So you can look through common password reuses to find out information patterns that are going on with users in your network. As when we try to crack passwords or guess passwords, the season in here is a very common, it's a very common password. And you'll probably see that all throughout your network, depending on your password policy. So again, look through password reuse stats. It helps with helping training. Now, if you try and get that password history, this is going to, you might get this output. So what this is saying is when you ran the secret stump.py, you didn't use that flag of history that I talked about. So you'd need to go back, run the secret stump.py with that flag of history, and then again, try to crack those passwords. If you do that, you'll get an output like this that talks about, and you can see here we have the list of the users and their current password and all of the previous passwords. So you might, again, see some significant patterns that might help you, again, train users. So as most of you know, when you're required to get a new password, you can't use either one of the similar last 5 passwords that you use or whatever it is. So users will typically just change one character, maybe a number, maybe the season and the number. So you can look through this and see patterns. For example, Mo, we see that he's using signs of the zodiac. So we might be able to guess actually what this password is for history 1. We can even probably guess his current password because we know his previous passwords. So that's one way that this password history can be used. And for hackers, we like to see as many passwords as we can because it gives us great information on what is common and what we should guess next. So that's pretty much what we have. Hopefully that was useful. If you do have any questions or comments, we'd love to hear from them. You can hit us up on Twitter or whatever. And anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Carrie, Darren, and Cameron. That was awesome. That was a great session. So, okay, so we're gonna. Oh, there is a couple questions. If you guys want to answer them, you're welcome to, or we can move on. So,
Sure, go ahead.
Right, on the Q&A, the first one is, what's your perspective on bug bounties like HackerOne? Have you ever considered joining?
I'll speak for everyone. We don't know a lot about the bug bounty programs other than the basic description, what they are. I've been tempted to look into it, but I just haven't had the time. But I think it's a cool thing. And I have considered joining, but I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon because it is going to take time that I don't have right now.
Okay, great. And the next one is, do you agree with NIST and now Microsoft's current guidelines on passwords? For example, focus on length and not frequency of rotation / changing.
So Darren, they're asking if we agree with the NIST and Microsoft, who's focusing more on length and not frequency of rotation. So I think we together we would all agree that length is really important. I like to use a sentence like with actual spaces, and so it's not like did I put a space, did I put a capital? I just use like actual phrases, and they're long, and yeah, so we think that's a good idea.
Okay, cool. And then the last one says, are there any plans to build in DRSR or gathering of passwords? Like, did you ever get caught reading
NTDS.dit?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have been caught on domain controllers before. I'm not sure what the DRSR stands for.
Will, are you here, man? What's the DRSR stand for?
Oh, DC Sync. Yeah, we've used that before. I would say it's kind of hit and miss which techniques are going to get noticed and which won't. But DC Sync is a good option. It's where you pretend like you're a domain controller and just have the other domain controllers get you caught up with the current information on the domain. It's a cool idea. We've used it before, but I can't speak to which is least likely to get caught.
Okay, great. Thank you guys so much again. So at this point in time, we're going to take a short break for until 1 p.m. Mountain Time. And Chris will be kicking it off at 1 p.m. Mountain Time. So we will we'll get back to it then. I just want to take a moment to thank the sponsors. Really appreciate all that they've done to make this event possible, and all the speakers and Pope and the media team for making this platform virtual in a very short amount of time. So thank you guys, and we'll see you back here on the Zoom at 1 p.m.
Can everyone see me?
Yep, you're there.
Fantastic. All right, well, I will wait till the time comes and we'll get started. All righty, welcome everyone. My name is Chris Hansen. This talk is from mattress salesman to infosec soldier. If you didn't read anything online about what this is going to be about, it's going to be on ways that people can transition into this industry. A lot of us didn't really start in infosec. A lot of us kind of started in one thing and then kind of transitioned into it. And I'm going to get into that a little bit and why that works and explain some of the reasons that honestly is one of the best reasons that we want people to do that. But first thing, a little bit about me. My name is Chris Hansen, not that Chris Hansen, unfortunately. Everyone likes to comment on that, of course. I'm a Twitter fanatic. My handle is senpai909, so feel free to follow me. If you have questions, comments, concerns, jokes, hit me up whenever. I'm happy to talk and we can, help you guys out. We can figure things out, get you started on your career moving forward with a lot of this stuff. And that being said, if you do end up following me, you'll find out very quickly that I am a avid hockey watcher and you're just gonna have to deal with it. So let's move forward. So what's this all about? Why is this talk important? Why is it even relevant to the field of infosec compared to some of these other talks that are highly technical, a lot more focused, a lot more what you think the industry would need. Really, it's about you. Something that is super big in the industry right now is we're lacking a lot of people. Comparative to other industries, the infosec community just doesn't have the manpower right now. We're lacking, we're struggling, and that you can tell, you can feel it in the industry. And it is really a rapid growing industry and needs all the help it can get. But above all this, it's really just what makes you happy. If you're not into this, if you don't want to follow this, don't feel like you have to. There's no point. Really, most of the people that succeed really well in cybersecurity have passion for it. They have a drive for it. The ones who just kind of show up 9 to 5, try to get a paycheck and don't really do anything else, they don't tend to last as long in the industry, unfortunately. So if you have the passion, if you have the drive, if you really want to move forward, this is a perfect talk for you. But really it applies to anyone who's looking for a change. So if you feel like you're stuck, you're a sysadmin that's been there somewhere for 10 years, 15 years, maybe even a year and a half, you're feeling like you're not progressing, you're not doing anything, maybe it's a good time for a change. Maybe it's something new, something fresh that you've been feeling. It's just a good step forward. It's really for anyone who loves a challenge. A lot of people who transition into this come from like an engineering background or an engineering mindset. So if you like solving puzzles, solving problems, reverse engineering things, creating new and unique ideas, if you really like to innovate, this is the perfect field for you. There's so much that needs to be done. So many innovators are needed. This is the perfect place to get started. People who love safety and security. So if you love having security and safety in your life, this is the perfect place for you. But really it applies to everyone because we all need security in our fields. So basically my story goes like this. I moved to a new city and I was looking for a job that made tons of money. You know, I'm a poor college student, just getting fed up of eating ramen every day, getting tired of it, and realized that I needed something that was exciting for me, something that would work in my use case, and I could afford all the fun little things that I wanted to do, fun little hobbies. You know, some of the things that the mattress place was looking for, I'm not going to say their name, but you could look them up under mattress companies conspiracies and you might just be able to find them. They were recently in the news. But they were looking for social skills, someone that could talk to people, someone that could work with people, understand, work on needs. You know, when a customer comes in, you need to be able to help them with whatever happens. They wanted people with managerial skills. You had frequently people who would come to work and just, I mean, it's a mattress store. What do you want to do? Sleep all day. You know, people just don't want to work. They don't want to do anything. So someone who could motivate those people and get them up and running and doing things instead of just sitting around lazily. And what I ended up with was a whole lot of time on my hands. I worked 60, 70-hour weeks. I was working from 10 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night. I'd get off work, I'd go do my own thing and wake up and start all over. It was very much like a rough schedule. If you've never done the 10 to 8 schedule, that's a rough schedule for me. So I had a whole lot of time on my hands. 10 hours of work while I'm at work. And like a lot of people, you know, when I'm sitting at work or when I'm doing things, I like to have like an audio book or a podcast, something that is always just kind of helping me out. I'm listening to something helping me. So I'd listen to a lot of little podcasts and get some ideas and listen to YouTube videos or conference talks. And that goes down the path of what to do in this, you know, when you're transitioning. But, you know, that kind of filters into why I transitioned as well. Cash out big time. I made a lot of money doing mattress sales. I know that sounds dumb because you think it's like, oh, it's a used car salesperson. They don't make a lot of money doing mattress sales. The work hours were horrible. You worked every holiday. You had no weekends off, but you made good money. So, you know, kind of counteracts it, kind of balances it. But after a long time, I had the sobering realization that I don't want to do this the rest of my life. Sales is terrible. Sales is life sucking. It's, you know, if it's for you, if you love it, if you're great at it, awesome, good for you. But it was not for me. And so what I came to the conclusion of is I love specs. I love information and like the data sets. So when you're talking mattresses with people, you know, you've got firm, medium, soft, you know, you've heard all that stuff. But really, when it gets down to it, the nitty gritty, you get multiple different kinds of foams. You get cooling foams, you get hard foams, you get soft foams, you get coil density, coil wrapping, you get triple braided coils, you get all these fun little things. And over time, it adds up, and you've just got this whole useless data set that you can't talk about at the dinner table with friends because they're just sitting there looking at you like you're insane. So I really enjoyed data. I enjoyed specs. I enjoyed things like that. So I was like, well, where can I use this? And so I found that I really wanted to change and move forward. There's a great quote. I love it. We generally change ourselves for the one of two reasons, inspiration or desperation. And I think my change was a little bit of both. And I think most of yours will be as well. Or if you have gone through this, it was, you know, pretty much one of these two. You're trying to find something, you're trying to feel better, you're trying to transition into this industry, and really what happens is you find inspiration here. And I think that's kind of a beautiful thing. But why does all this matter? Why does my story matter at all to anyone? Most of you probably were not mattress salespeople. And that's fine. You know, whatever walk of life you come from, it doesn't matter. We need you here in this industry. I've talked to, you know, past nurses. I've talked to people who coded video games. I've talked to people who are pilots or aviation technicians. I've talked to salespeople, mattress salespeople, of course. I've talked to a bunch of different walks of life. And what it comes down to is all these different people can bring these skill sets that you normally wouldn't understand. You know, for me, when I was doing sales, you know, I started understanding like what the company would have to do for inventory management and things like that. Now, on the security side, I know how to defend against some of those things because my brain knows what the end user would use. You know, medical, it's the same thing. If you know what a nurse is going to do on a day-to-day basis, you can adjust your security strategies to help pivot and protect against those things. It eventually broadens our scope of what we cover in the industry, and it helps us really diversify who can talk to who and make sense of all of it. So it's definitely a good thing to be able to transition into it. My big takeaways that I want you guys to understand are, you know, don't settle. If you feel like you're stuck, no matter where you are, even if you're, you know, a network architect for some awesome company, if you feel like you're stagnant, if you feel like things aren't going anywhere, if you feel like they're not invested in you, find the people that will be. There's always a company out there that will treat you right, they will take care of you, and they will train you. You need to be constantly moving forward. This is not a stagnant field. You know, sales is a very stagnant field. People will be like, oh, sales is super innovative. It's been the same forever. There's a couple steps, you just follow the cycle and, you know, it's whatever. But technology isn't. It's always changing. In the past 10 years, we've seen so many drastic changes. In my lifetime, I've seen so many drastic changes. I mean, Palm Pilots, those don't exist anymore, you know, but they kind of do with smartphones. So just things like that, innovation in different ways. But always seek for answers, you know. If you feel like you're the kind of person that is always striving to know everything, if you want to be, if you have that inquisitive mindset, this is a perfect place for you. I just want you all to realize that if you're stuck, if you feel like you can't do this, the change starts with you, and there's plenty of people in the InfoSec community to help you out. I'll get into that in a little bit with resources. So this is my biggest area of talk because I dedicated a lot of time and energy into resources. As I said, I worked at you know, this company working 60, 70-hour weeks, and I had weeks where not even a single person would come into my store other than myself. You know, my co-workers would take the week off, and it would be like, well, I literally sat around for 60 hours cleaning and sanitizing and doing inventory, but I didn't see anyone for like 60, 70 hours. And so for me, these resources were one of the biggest things that helped me. Conference talks, you know, just like BSides. You know, this is the second year I've talked at BSides, and both years I'm a huge advocate for it. They do some really cool stuff. Definitely check out their past conference talks because they're still good. They're still relevant. DEF CON has some phenomenal talks. And I'll be honest, when I first started listening to DEF CON talks, I had no idea what I was listening to. I was just listening to it because I was like, you know what? Eventually, I want to be able to understand these concepts, these ideologies, and I want to be able to apply them somehow in my life, you know, in the InfoSec community. And we're getting there. Black Hat, you know, same thing. And I'll talk a little bit about Black Hat as well, but SaintCon has some really good stuff. They always have. Definitely check them out. Open West. I got to do a plug for Open West. I'm on the board for Open West. We're not doing it this year, unfortunately, but next year we're going to be back and better than ever, and we're going to be revamping everything. So definitely support your open source community, help everyone out, make sure you show up to the conferences, and you know, follow what they've got. YouTube has so much going on. All of these conference talks that I kind of talked about, they are all on YouTube. So if you're feeling like, you know, maybe those are a little bit heavy, you don't understand what some of those are talking about. Like I said, with DEF CON, I didn't understand like 99% of what I was listening to, but I thought it was cool. I was like, you know what, I'm just going to listen to YouTube. And so I started listening to certain people. DC Cybersec is one that's really good. The Cyber Mentor, he's fantastic. If you want to learn pen testing or penetration testing, offensive security, hacking, he's got a lot of stuff. DC Cybersec is more on the defensive side, but he does a little bit of both. And Cytonic is fantastic. Definitely recommend him as well. They all do news as well. So if you want quick updates on what's happening in the world of, hacking and malware and ransomware, all that fun stuff, it's all there. There's podcasts, Darknet Diary, social engineering, a bunch of fun ones. And networking. Talk to me. Like, I'm happy to network you guys with people. I'm happy to get you guys, connected to the right people if I know them. Big things that I would recommend, 801 Labs. Not a lot of people go, but everyone knows about it. So definitely go to 801 Labs, spend times, spend that energy going. Every Tuesday, we do hardware night or Linux night. It rotates every week. Thursdays, we always have something going on. Thursday nights, or if you can't make it to one, you should just try for Thursday nights. That definitely has the most going on. 801 Labs is great. Some of the colleges have some courses that you can take, but they've got clubs as well. Definitely show up to those. Those will help you out a lot. Really what it comes down to is there are a lot of people in this industry, a lot of people around, and we're willing to help. We're willing to show you what we know, and we've all been there before. None of us started out as brilliant geniuses in this industry. We had to learn somewhere. We had to start somewhere. So that's some of the big things that I just wanted to convey. And QA, I know a lot of you guys are going to ask questions, so I kind of want to get to that. So feel free for, answering all of this stuff, because that's really, I want to get around to answering what you guys have. And feel free to send me stuff on Twitter. You can send me DMs. I'm happy to answer anything. I want to answer all your questions. So start filling these up. Let's go over some of them. I've been in IT for 22 years and have been interested in cybersecurity. It seems more like employers are only interested in hiring candidates with college degrees, top level certs like CISSP, GIAC, and there are a lot of associated experience. What would you recommend for obtaining low cost credibility while still keeping your day job? It's a great question. This is what I had to go through when I was with mattress company. One of the things I'd recommend, study up, follow some, if you don't have your Security Plus, if you don't have your Pen Test Plus, some of the other ones that are coming out, Security Blue Team has a cert coming out right now that I think is really fantastic. I would definitely recommend them. They have a whole beginner how-to from incident response, threat hunting, OSINT. It covers the whole range of things. It's more of a purple team concept, but definitely recommend that. It's about 60 pounds, so that's 6 modules. Definitely worth it though. Some of the other ones, if you can get into SANS, if you can convince your employer to do SANS, definitely do SANS. There's a lot there that you can learn from that. I mean, it's one of those things where you can just try and do as many certs as available, but likely you'll end up doing what I had to do and take a pay cut to get some experience at first. And then over the course of a year or 2 years, you'll work back up to where you're making, if not around the same, more money. So it's worth the risk in taking that leap of faith and knowing that the company will eventually take care of you. And I definitely would go for that. I've noticed that in security industry, there are very entry-level positions or senior positions where they want you. Yeah, they do. I haven't found any mid-level positions yet. If you have a lot of experience, IT, security emphasis master, security plus, making a lot of money already, it's hard to take a pay cut and move into security. How do you overcome this if I want to move into implicate? Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I said, taking that pay cut, unfortunately, is one of the things that you might just have to do. It's kind of sad, but it's almost a necessary evil. Most security companies have a lot that they need to teach you that are outside of the realm of what you're normally used to. And so taking that pay cut of, however much, is worth it in the long run, because once you learn those skills, they outweigh drastically, and you will move up back into, again, that same money or more money relatively quickly. You're right, though. There aren't a lot of mid-entry or mid-level positions, and that's kind of because that's where most of the people are in the industry. We're kind of seeing, like, we have some really good people who are experienced and have been there forever, and then we've got a lot of people who are kind of just in the middle. They know a lot of stuff, but not everything. It's just this weird transition time, and that's why it's a good time to get started with an entry level, but definitely go that route. I think you'll be more prepared if you take the pay cut and just eventually build back up. And I know that's not the answer people want to hear, but it's the truth. I've got two in. Also, Malicious Life podcast. Yes, hands down, fantastic. Dartnick Diaries. Yep, fantastic. So yeah, taking the pay cut kind of sucks, but it'll definitely work out for you. How can I be contacted? Just Twitter, 801 Labs and meetings. I'm on a lot of things. I'm in the 801 Slack. I'm in IRC. I'm in, Discord. Twitter's really the best way to get a hold of me. I'm happy to, put my number out there for people who want to contact me if they hit me up on Twitter. But if you're not on Twitter anyways, you should be. There's a huge security scene on Twitter, and not a lot of people like it, but honestly, that it's a good place for networking, whether you like their opinions or not. It's a good place to be around people who are extremely influential, who do amazing work, and do amazing things, and some of them don't like certs, some of them do, some don't like educate, it's whatever. Everyone has opinions on everything, of course, but what it comes down to is you'll at least be able to network a little bit better from both of those. So yeah, I'm going to type the answer there. Yeah. And that's my big one. Any other questions? If not, I can kind of cover some other things that I think would be mildly important, but I think the big thing for a lot of people is, even if you're in this industry and you're trying to transition, like that person said, trying to transition into a mid level position, you can find something here that will help you. If you practice a little bit of pen testing, maybe that'll help you move into a mid-range position. If you practice more blue teaming, if whatever you're not skilled or versed in, definitely focus on it. I'm not a huge Linux person, as all of my friends know. I am getting better in it. I've been focusing on it. I'm in it every day at work now, but it's one of those things where I definitely struggled, and I'm trying to get better at it. And I dedicate time to practicing Linux when I'm at home. Some of the sacrifices that you're going to have to take are just, got to do some of this stuff at home, unfortunately. If you're not willing to do that, you might want to, reevaluate the industry again as well. A lot of us do extra curriculars outside of our regular jobs. We volunteer at conferences. I go to Black Hat every year. I go to DEF CON every year. St. Con, Open West, B-Sides. I go to a lot of conferences. I volunteer as much as I can. I try to get out there. And that definitely would help you. Good question. What programming languages would you recommend to learn? Python is fantastic. So I've been learning Python at this job, and it has been extremely, extremely beneficial. JavaScript is good. I think Python, SQL. A lot of people use curl as well. Those are kind of the ones that I would recommend for starting. I definitely think Python's the number one though right now. If you have no experience, it's a great starting point. It's got a lot of resources out there. It's got a lot of people who are using it every day. And it's really not too bad. Yeah. Any other questions? Just grab a Mountain Dew real quick. All right, well, if you have any other questions, hit me up on Twitter at senpai909 or senpai_909. I can connect you on any of my other things. Oh, we got two more. If you're already working in IT, and also see if your employer will let you cross-train and take some security-related responsibilities and learn it might not access quickly. Absolutely. Yeah, if you're already in the industry, talk to your employer about cross-training and explain to them, number one, if they're not cross-training, they should be anyways. Everyone in the industry should have a security mindset. You know, if help desk isn't learning about best security practices, that's a whole, you know, problem that needs to be addressed as well. But definitely cross-train, see if your employer will work with you on it, and explain the benefits to it, because yeah, that could definitely help you move up. So yeah, fantastic point. Thank you for that. But yeah, if you have questions, hit me up. I'm happy to answer anything. If you want different ways of contacting me, you know, I will be posting a lot of this stuff on my Facebook and other things. Yes, good question. Do you know if 801 Labs is going virtual for future meetings? We are. We actually had a hangout on Thursday. Their Twitter, go check it out, because they posted a Discord channel where we're all meeting. We might even have an after party tonight for after B-sides, where we just kind of hang out and talk, and you know, I can answer questions. It's a great place for hanging out, and it's a good little, you know, environment. But yeah, I think we're going to be doing virtual meetings up until around the 15th is when we're going to reevaluate if we're going to start meeting again, or we're going to keep doing virtual for a little bit longer. So yeah, join us there. I'll be on there tonight. So if you have questions, you know, if you want to talk in Discord instead of messaging me on Twitter or whatever, I'm available. I'm happy to answer questions. But yeah, thanks for coming. I appreciate it. They are on IRC, so feel free to join that. It's the 801. It's DC 801. They are on there 24/7. I'm sure they're on there right now. We are available by any means. So with that, I will pass over the time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris. That was awesome. So it was a really good intro, and you know, how to get more involved in the community, which, you know, I think all of us could do a bit more there. So up next, we got Show Me the Money, getting business buy-in for, you know, cybersecurity purposes. So Carlita, if you're here, I'm going to turn it over to you now. So.
All right. Yeah. I always have to figure out how to present these things. I never do this anymore. Hi, I'm Carlotta. Is my video even on? Boy, I'm very unprepared.
You're on, and it sounds good. And on your top right, there's a share, and just to the left of it's present.
Fantastic.
No, not share, the present one. Present.
Present. There we go. All right. Show me the money. Getting business buy-in to secure your organization. I want to take a moment to say, who I am. I'm Carlotta Sage. I've worked in a lot of very large companies, Netgear, Netflix, Facebook, and most recently, several years ago, FireEye. I took a 6-week contract at FireEye in 2013 when they were 300 people, and 4.5 years later, I was like, wow, that was a wild ride. The company is great, but I really love the industry. So big shout out to my Draper, Utah guys at FireEye. I miss you, but I'm happy to be here with you today. You can reach me on Twitter and LinkedIn. And I wanted to thank Chris. I think the talk that he gave is really important. And I do want to touch real quick on a question that somebody had asked, is if you're later in your career, taking the pay cut's brutal. And I agree. There was a point at FireEye where I had to decide if I wanted to move to the Intel team and take a 35% pay cut, or if I wanted to move out of the company. And I ended up moving out of the company. I still took a pay cut because I started my own company, but I don't regret it at all. So I know it's hard to take that pay cut, but your other option is to find a role that is, if you're, for example, a program manager and an ops manager at a large company, that makes you very qualified to be a CIO at a small company. So that may be another route that you want to look at, is taking that CIO role and growing the security team and becoming a CISO that way. So I have actually become a virtual CISO doing that. Originally, when I started my company, I was consulting into security groups and security startups, doing what's called knowledge strategy. And that's basically where tech process, business process, and people meet. That's kind of my special squishy area. So that's what this talk is going to be about. If you are in a small org, I hope to give you some really good info for growing security in your organization. If you're in a larger org or at a vendor, the worksheets that I give you at the end should still help you facilitate conversations, which is really very helpful. So a quick moment to say thank you. Thank you, BSides Salt Lake City. I'm glad to be here, and thank you to all of the sponsors, and to turn it around and make it a virtual conference so quickly. Very impressed. So thank you for the ConOrg team as well. But to give you context around this whole thing that I'm talking about, we in security, and having worked for a vendor, I know this is true, we mostly hear from vendors and those really big organizations that they're selling to. So I want to give you the context of that black line. That's who we're hearing from. And we need to hear from them because they have a greater need, they have more money, they can drive innovation, they can drive conversations. But the majority of us live in this green area. In the United States alone, 99.7% of businesses are less than 500 employees. The orgs that I've been working with have usually been less than 100 employees. And some of those companies need more security than others. Some of those companies can just get Google Mail or O365, and that's going to cover the majority of their needs, right? But there's a lot of businesses in there that need more, and we need to be having more conversations around that. So if you are in that smaller space and you're having trouble, you're the IT person, you're having trouble really getting people to buy into security, what I really need you to understand is that this is not about you, and it's not about the technology, because you are the security expert in that smaller org. And it's a little bit of like black magic for those folks that you're trying to get on board with security concepts. They're like, okay, you're kind of like Chicken Little running around, saying the sky's falling down, and you're starting, the fear is putting them off, the pressure, some of that negativity is putting them off. So what I need you to really practice, what I need you to understand is that the data you're securing is not just about the technology that you are driving or using. Every business process, every person in your org have their fingers in that data in some way, and you have to think systematically, right? You have to think of the whole big picture. So with that, you need to start practicing your social engineering, right? There's if you know more about Mandiant's APT 29 and you're in a small org than you know about your executives and your internal customers, I'm going to ask you to reassess your priorities. Either you need to really start looking for a vendor to work for, or a very large organization to work for, or you need to commit to being that security architect, that security generalist, that eventual CISO, and you need to really start working on your soft skills. And I know that is never anything anyone in tech wants to hear, but it makes your role and getting security buy-in so much easier. So all of those, OSINT things that you hear about and that you see conferences on, all of those things can be applied internally, right? You have to meet your internal audience where they are. Your executives, their personal life, they've got the home, the spouse, the pets, the hobbies, maybe they have a yacht, right? And they care about that. And in the business life, they care about risk and operational costs. And there are other things that they care about, but you need to figure out what those are. And risk is anything that puts pressure on a business, right? Right now, coronavirus, this has F all to do with technology. It has nothing to do with business, but the impact that we're feeling from that was a huge risk. And I personally know CIOs, CISOs who have in their business continuity plans, they have plans for pandemics. They have plans for zombie apocalypse. Like, what do we do if people physically cannot get into work? What do we do if there is civil unrest in one of our global centers? When I worked, I believe at Netgear, there was a major issue and major unrest in Egypt. And literally we opened the call center for that crew to come in and shelter in place there because it was so dicey where they were. You have to consider all of those pieces. You can't just look at the technology. And this is where, if this is the route that you want to go, and a lot of people, and Chris previously just also talked about it, some people care about certs, some people don't. If you're looking at this more general security architect or CISO eventually role, the CISP actually is very good because it gives you really good insight into business continuity, disaster recovery, that kind of thing. If you are 100% technical and you want to be a CISO one day, you really need to start looking at that. And even if you don't get the cert, the pieces that they cover on the business side are going to be critical for you to understand and be successful. But mostly those soft skills that nobody ever wants to talk about, and nobody, if you're putting soft skills off as I can have somebody else do that, frankly, you're doing it wrong, because getting people invested in your success as an IT or security person is going to be critical for making your job a lot easier, especially in a smaller org. So for those internal customers, they're looking to optimize their work. They want to put as little, and all of us do this, right? We want to put as little effort in and get the most effort out that we can. And that means that any friction that we introduce to their business process or to their work life becomes an obstacle. So this is where really understanding the business processes becomes important. Sit down, with or virtually at this point, right, with your internal customers and say, walk me through your typical day. Show me the systems that you use. And then really think about what you are asking them to do from a security perspective, think about how that impacts them, because they are not security experts. They will probably never be security experts. There will probably be one or two people who really love what you do and are really curious and you become their inspiration. But the majority of them are very happy doing what they're doing, I hope. And they're just not going to ever be that bought in. You have to make it personal in a lot of ways. You have to make sure that they feel like they're heard. And even if they're heard and you still have to do it this way anyhow, and here's why, that at least gives them context. They feel like they've had a say. One of those pieces that I love to do is, okay, I know multi-factor and VPN is a real pain in your butt. but it's really important. Here's why. Here are the statistics on this. And I know it doesn't matter to you personally, but it makes our company and our customers a lot more secure. On that side, recognition works better than shaming. Take on a Friday, hit your Slack channel and say, hey, thanks to these 3 people this week, that made my life a little bit easier, right? That gets you visibility. People understand that you're really trying to connect to them and they respond better to that. And then, success. How do you become a part of their success? How do they become a part of yours? It's a psychology thing, it's a social engineering thing, it's a piece that you really need to start looking at. It just smooths a lot of things over. So, but going back to those risks and those operational costs, what the business knows is coming and what they can plan for is a very different thing. You, as a security person, have a much bigger picture of what's going on in the landscape. And you have to distill that in a way that you can warn your exec board or your exec team what's coming down the pipe or what's being seen. And it's got to be soundbite. Like Twitter is great because if you learn to write a concept in 2 or 3 tweets, that is fantastic for learning to deal with executives because they don't have a lot of time to dive into details. You need to have those details prepared if they ask for it. But at the same time, that's what they really want is that bottom line. How does this impact us? What are you talking about? Why is this important? You need to figure out where they are as your leadership and how you can make what you need them to agree to the easiest and simplest and least fearful thing. Operating on fear doesn't work. It does sometimes, but it doesn't always, because after a while you really do sound like Chicken Little. Those are the 2 big pieces, I think, on your exec team and your internal customers. If you have, people are going to say when you talk about security, but we use Google, we use Microsoft, we use Azure, we use AWS, and they're secure. So that means we're secure. And the simplest way I have found to tell people, no, you're thinking of this wrong, is to say, yes, they are secure and they're a part of our tool set, but our security is about securing our relationship with the customer. We don't want Google, we don't want AWS, we don't want Microsoft to own our customer relationship because they'll put us out of business. And when you say it like that, your execs suddenly understand, okay, now they're thinking about technology as a tool in their set rather than as a solution for security itself. So if you have any questions, if you are running into very common pushback, people don't want VPN, people don't want multi-factor authentication, feel free to toss that in the questions and we'll address and get some verbiage for you for that. But really, when it comes down to it, it is about the money, and money for business execs talks. If you're in a very small org, your margins tend to be very thin. So I'm going to share and walk you through 2 worksheets that will help you frame those conversations. I'm going to preface this by saying, when you're putting together worksheets and talking about numbers, there are people who are going to push back on that. They're going to say, oh, these numbers aren't real, blah, 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 blah. That's fine. If they disagree with it, give them the worksheet and tell them, you tell me which numbers are correct. Really, it's about starting that conversation and getting that moving. So I'm going to walk you through 2 things. And if I can, let me see if I can, yep. I'm going to toss these links into the chat. So in the Zoom chat, I have a couple of the links. One of them should be, whoops, my Zoom is all out of the, okay. One of them should be a simple knowledge strategy, ROI. And what this does, and I've done this 2 ways in here. One of the things that your operations team is concerned about is what they're paying people and what they're getting for that money. And any time that you can say, we can make people more efficient and free them up, especially if people are really fighting for headcount. If we buy this service or do this project, here is how we make people more efficient and therefore actually save the company money. We get that investment back. So you can say anything from if your IT group is having to provision a lot of laptops because you keep getting owned, and here's how much money software to solve that, is going to cost us. Here's how much we're spending in terms of labor. This gives you a chance to actually start that conversation in a place where your operations team actually will listen, because now you're actually talking about money. When it comes to larger organizations, especially support or IT groups, where you have kind of a tiered level of here's what we pay at the lower level, here's what we pay level 2, here's what we pay level 3 people, you can get more complicated with this tiered efficiency piece. And it will, again, how these pieces affect your team as a whole are really great. You can also do this if you're in a support or an IT help desk role. You can do that ROI by case deflection, which I have found to be very effective. The bigger your group is, the better this scales. It just helps make sure that people understand there is a price to productivity here, and we can quantify that. And we can quantify that in ways that are meaningful to you. That way it can either be by case or by actual hourly labor. And the other piece that I've put together, oops, sorry, Jason, thank you. I'm gonna put those links in again. Apparently I was only sending them to the panelists. So the other piece I've put together, and this is the piece that takes a little bit longer to go through, is a risk and recovery estimate. And this I've divided up into 4 separate pieces, 4 separate sections. The first one is infrastructure. If all you're doing is securing an infrastructure, here is how you estimate productivity loss, incident response, and recovery. And recovery costs are going to include anything that is not already planned in your operational budget. So if you have to go out and hire Mandiant to come in and do an incident response, that wasn't planned, here it goes into your recovery costs. So if you've ever wondered where those numbers have come from, where people were like, well, we think this incident has cost this company this, they're probably working off of something very similar to this. I know Adrian Sanabria has put out a simple incident calculator, which I've linked to in the helpful sources tab on this sheet as well. And I tried to go through and actually give context. And that's really important when you're talking to your teams, giving context of why we're setting this up. And all of this is just example numbers. Actually, they're example numbers from one of the clients in the VC so forth. So they're real numbers, but they're replaceable. Anything in green, you can put that, you can plug that in, your yellow and red numbers will calculate. So in terms of securing your infrastructure, this can give them, okay, I'm not too worried about losing $3,000 in productivity. I'm not too worried about losing, $3,000 on an incident response. This probably somebody has clicked a phish link. But when you start looking at recovery costs, then those can really add up. I know that one of my clients actually had to completely migrate out of a platform in probably about 2 weeks because they had a website defacement. And that costs them not just the loss of credibility, and there's a lot of intangibles that I talk about in these contexts, right? Productivity loss, being kind of intangible, but when we get to service delivery and application, you start getting a lot more credibility, brand, reputation hits that you can't quantify as easily. You can quantify them if you're losing money. That's a lot easier to quantify, but until you actually lose that money, it's a best guess, right? So that's for securing your infrastructure. your service delivery, and again, these are actual numbers from an unnamed client on, or very similar rounded numbers from an unnamed client, where this is how much they lose per day if they have a denial of service or some sort of interruption to their service. And that's not, again, this is just the money that we're losing in terms of the service we should be delivering. If they have a service level agreement that says, after 3 hours, you start paying us, then you have to add that money in, right? That becomes extra cost to the business. And again, your support impact cases, I'm gonna actually change this to say help desk, or, well, I'm not gonna do it right now. But it's basically your help desk, your support impact. You can, for example, if your support team usually gets 500 tickets in a month and suddenly they get 500 tickets in a week, then you can say, you can actually put a number to that impact of that incident. It's really great when you can do that because it makes your board pay attention. And again, those incident response costs. In terms of brand loss, you know, there's all kinds of studies out there. You can, of course, there have been huge retail shops hit, Target, Home Depot, all of those kinds of things. They're big enough that they've recovered because they can spend that money on marketing to keep that brand going. So you're going to see a big dip for them and their value, but they're going to be able to turn that around because they've got the money to do that. Smaller shops, probably not as easily. There are, I think there was a recent example in my helpful resources that I've linked to of a smaller company of less than 300 people that ransomware took them out. They couldn't recover. They did not have good business continuity. They did not have good disaster recovery. Getting the basics of IT correct get you a lot in security. They really do. I can't stress that enough. If you can get the basics down, make sure your backups are working, make sure your business continuity is actually comprehensive and understandable, comprehensible, right? That becomes very important. And on application risk estimates, I'm still trying to come up with context for that, but it's a little more straightforward because you need to confirm the vulnerability that someone has reported to you. You have to develop or redevelop around it, and then you have to test it. So those costs can be a little more easy. Again, for a very big company, there are small shops that are developing, but a lot of this is really geared more towards a larger company with a very large, very complex system. You can still use it for a smaller shop. It's just your impact's going to be smaller. But at the same time, you at least know what that impact is. I've started keeping a running log of malware ransom demand estimates and business email compromise estimates. And I give my sources on who they are, and I try to give a lot of context. Again, you should be able to hand this sheet to a finance person and they can read through the context, and then they can come back to you and they can say, this makes sense, this doesn't. And at least, again, facilitating that conversation, trying to meet your team where they are and make security accessible and less black magic to them. If you really want to get your finance person on board, you can tell them that SOC 2 compliance, one of the industry standard, was developed by the American Association of CPAs. Right? It's the finance guys that were driving that security standard. So ideally, if you're having a lot of trouble, talk to your head finance person and say, how do I make this meaningful to you and your team? And if you bring this worksheet to them, you're gonna at least have a conversation. And hopefully that conversation will be productive for you. Some of that may be, you know, it's a lot cheaper to send a couple of our people to conferences and maybe an extra training or pay for a cert to help us out than paying ransomware. And of course, we never recommend paying the ransomware because less than half the time it actually works. there's also what I like about Secure World and the FBI is they've started putting together those pieces of, sure, this is what they're asking for, and whether or not that works, you're still having to pay for recovery, because once they've compromised your system, now you have to bring somebody in, figure it out, undo the damage, lock it down. So there are costs associated. That 5,000 may not look like it's very big, but there's a much bigger cost behind it. And part of this is just to make people aware of that. So with that, my last tab here, they're helpful resources. These are places where you can get shared decryption keys from the No More Ransomware Project. There's FBI field offices. If you are hit by malware, even if you pay it and that goes away, that's great. You'd be very lucky if that's true. Still encourage you to report that to the FBI, because that makes their numbers more meaningful. They're the best thing we have right now for looking at the country as a whole in terms of security and how the impact on business, on American businesses. So their Internet Crime Complaint Center could use some updating, but I think Adrian Sanabria, again, big shout out, thank you, has begun keeping a spreadsheet of businesses that have reported themselves closed as a consequence of a breach. So those are great. There's other cost calculators out there. I really like this sample data breach cost calculator because it actually asks you a series of questions. I don't know, I don't have insight to the assumptions they're making or how accurate their calculation is, but just kind of looking at what the FBI puts out versus what they're calculating, it seems to be pretty reasonable. I don't see it as being really outscaled. And then an incident cost calculator, again, from Adrian Sanabria, that's a much more, that's looking at the incident rather than the impact across an organization. And then in terms of how do I get security, or at least get my start with security tools when I can't buy anything. Great. There are some fantastic resources out there. Security Onion is a big one. I did not realize that that was created by some of the ex-Mandiant folks that I used to work with. I ran into them at BSides Augusta last year and got to say hi to them. And I had worked with them primarily virtually. So it was really nice to get to meet them and realize they were behind this really fantastic open source software. Mandiant had a very big ethos around sharing their tools, and FireEye has fortunately kept some of those tools. If you go to FireEye's website, you can find, and I'll update the links in here, you can find Redline and some analyst tools, triage tools, mapping tools. There's some really great ones there. I know KnowBe4 has some fantastic open source tools as well. If you know of a vendor, or you work with a vendor, or you are a vendor who does some open source tools for folks, would love to hear from you. I'd love to add you to the list. I know the Security Onion folks have a conference every year. I've put their 2019 conference videos in. Watch them if you're in a small shop. This is a really fantastic way to get started on network monitoring. So that's what I have right now. Let me switch to Q&A. And Kingbird has asked, it seems like small businesses lately are really caught in an unfair situation. Most don't have the funds for the more expensive, effective solutions, nor the funds to cover an incident like breaches and ransomware attacks. What low-cost options exist? That's a really great question, Kingbird. I hope the Security Onion piece has given you a start. There are a lot more out there. I personally have the most experience with Security Onion and with the Mandiant /FireEye Redline product. As I hear, I know that one of the really fantastic security guy, Paul Melson at Target, has put out, he's got a scraper for Pastebin that had some really interesting information that it's free. He just puts it out there on Twitter. It's free. There's a lot of free content on Twitter. There's a lot of open source software out there. I think Security Onion so far to me has been the most comprehensive. And part of the ethos that team went into it with was exactly this. We're protecting the wrong people. Like the big guys can afford that protection, and the small businesses are really struggling with that. I think we're going to see a shift in the market as well, because there's 1,000 Fortune 1000 companies. There's 5.6 million small businesses. Now, even if only 10% of that 5.6 million can afford anything, that's still a much bigger market than your Fortune 500. So I would like to see, and I believe I'm already starting to see, that shift towards addressing the down market, the mid market, and eventually the smaller market. I think Google's tools, for example, have done a really good job. Like you don't even think about it anymore. If you've got a friend who's an artist or starting a website or something, it's like, hey, for $6 a month, you can have a Google business account that gives your email and Drive and all of these other things. So does that answer your question, Kingbird? Okay. Any other questions? I know we're right up on the line. Great, thanks, Kingbird. That was a really great question. And again, I encourage you, hit me up on Twitter if you find a tool, if you have an open source tool that you're using in a smaller org. I would love to hear about it and hear about your experience. Walk me through it. I'm not going to put every link on this page. I'm going to put links that I have laid eyes on or laid hands on, and we'll go from there. So thanks, guys and gals. Thanks, folks.
Thank you. That was awesome. So
Thanks.
super useful information. Okay, great. So yeah, I think that's something that we could all take back to our companies, come Monday. So up next is Dale Rowe. He's going to be talking about how can I get started in cybersecurity. So if you're ready, Dale, whenever you're ready, just feel free to take it over. All right, thanks.
Thanks, Bryce. Can you hear me?
Sound great.
Okay, let me get the screen share going. It's going to bug the call. Hang on, I will be right back.
Dale, are you doing okay?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, you're good.
Sorry, my Mac had a bit of a heart attack when I asked to share the screen. Maybe quit Zoom. Okay, and you should now be able to see my screen, correct?
Yep.
Cool, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, so I did a little title amendment in this. I'm going to be sharing a resource list at the end of the talk, which hopefully will be quite useful. It's one of the questions I've been asked the most by people starting out in cybersecurity is, where do I start? How do I begin? Or how do I take what I know so far and kind of turn in something? It might be people in industry who have been in IT support, systems administration. Chris and Carlotta do a great job just now of talking about kind of coming from different fields and some of the ways to communicate in cybersecurity effectively with different groups. So it's kind of been a great lead in for this. Start off with a little kind of background on me. I started breaking things when I was a few years old. I was about 14 when I became a systems administrator for a local startup, and took that from 2 employees up to about 40 employees in the space of 5-6 years. and I've kind of just been dabbling since then. I had a weird urge in my early 20s to do a PhD, and that almost sucked 10 years of my life out. I ended up spending about a year on it while going and working elsewhere, and then eventually kind of came back and finished that off several years later. It's led into a 10-year stint at BYU as a professor in cybersecurity, where I created the cybersecurity program and several of the courses that are currently running there. And late last year, decided to move back into industry. I've done some consulting while at BYU, and kind of thought it was the time to make the move back, and have been loving that since then. So I really enjoy the opportunity to mentor new people and kind of new talent in cybersecurity. I find it very eye-opening to kind of watch them go through the process where they go from asking the questions that there are answers for to the questions that there are not answers for, and helping figure out how to answer some of those tougher questions involving different aspects of security. So that's really kind of what led to the rename of the slide, in the kind of shifting of the target audience from the pure noob to what's something I think will be helpful for all levels. We have the kind of first timers in cybersecurity who have, they might have been in the Equifax breach or some other kind of information leak. They may have just heard about it from a friend. They might just be watching the news. But there's a lot of people out there who are kind of hearing about this new cybersecurity thing and start to do a bit of research and like, hey, this can make a ton of money, sounds interesting, and they start to move in. We have the novice who has a lot of energy, just doesn't really know sometimes what to do with it, but will eventually figure out how to get good. The student who is great at self-learning, they're disciplined, they kind of can pick up books and understand them, but they don't have much experience. And then we have a lot of individuals who I've worked with professionally. I would put into this kind of the experienced category of they've been in IT, DevOps, systems engineering for many years. They have a lot of experience, and they actually know a lot about security, often without knowing that they do. They're often quite not aware that the way they do things is a fundamental part of security, and they've got some good habits and sometimes some bad habits, but a lot of experience, which can be very valuable. You have the wizard, which is the individual everyone goes to when they have a question. They're normally known because they don't get much done themselves, but they answer everyone else's questions. And if any organization of any significant size has several people like that there. And then you have the master, which is kind of what we aspire to be, this unachievable kind of movie theatricized hacker who can break into anything, who can investigate anything, who can answer any question and know and sees all, knows all, and does everything. So I've broken this down before I kind of go through the resource list into 5 key things: how to get started, how to stay, how to search, how to organize, and then why a little discussion on relationships and how that works. So one of the biggest challenges in getting started in cyber is the confusion about where to go. You're interested in cybersecurity, where do we go from here? And so people jump on, they start looking at jobs and opportunities, and they see all these different job roles out there. Penetration tester, forensic analyst, red teamer, compliance officer. And often it's kind of, well, how do we even get started in that? I'm going to step back from this a little bit and talk about something that Carlotta just mentioned, which is about risk. Everything here is about risk. And if you think, when you got out of bed this morning, probably most of us are stuck at home because of this COVID-19 stuff and trying to do the social distancing. So it may not be that everyone here has brushed their teeth yet, but at some point today, hopefully we're all going to do that. And why do we do that? Spend a few minutes brushing our teeth because we want to avoid tooth decay. We want to avoid smelling bad to people around us. This is risk management. The threat is tooth decay. The threat is people not wanting to be near us, not because of COVID-19, but because of our breath smells like a sewage plant. And so we brush our teeth, we spend a few minutes doing this, and it takes some time out where we could be doing other potentially more productive or more fun or interesting things, but we stand in front of the mirror and we brush our teeth a few times each morning and each evening, sometimes more. This is a basic step to mitigating the risk of tooth decay and mitigating the risk of bad breath. And we do this every day without really thinking about it because it's become habitual. And so a lot of security is about realizing the good habits and the bad habits and becoming aware of those, and then looking at the technical connections that we're passionate about or we're interested in those. If you think about your life when you go out, when you get in the car, driver's insurance, it's risk, offsetting the risk of having a wreck or someone hitting you to another company that's going to pay for that and pay for any expenses and medical costs that will involve. So all these things are related to that. Thank you. So we naturally, as human beings, the fight or flight reflex, we have a tendency or kind of natural ability to identify risks without even being aware that they are actually called risks and deal with those in our daily lives. And everything in security is about relating or quantifying those risks to different aspects of maybe our personal lives or a business that we're involved in or a startup or charity work, whatever we're doing, it relates to that. So step one, I think, is realize that everything we do does pertain to security in some way. And then that makes it very easy to think about, okay, what are you passionate about in your life? What are the things that really excite you or drive you to discover, to learn, to become better at something? And how do we evolve those? And so finding our passion or kind of what interests us and how that relates to security tends to become something that we do more naturally. And the career that we want will align with that. And the exciting thing about this is there's, just on the latest stats, there was a report last year, it's in the slide notes, which I'll push out afterwards. There's over 4 million unfilled cybersecurity positions right now, today, or 3 months ago, probably more now. There's next to zero unemployment. And if you have an interest in cybersecurity and willing to put in the time to learn and develop that into a skill set that's saleable, the jobs will come. It is almost unheard of to be unemployed in cybersecurity. It really is. Once you find what you're passionate about and people who are interviewing you will see that, the jobs will just flow. And if you're not a security professional, but this is just kind of a sideline interest, whatever you learn in this actually adds a lot of value to your other technical careers. Systems administrators, software engineers, etc., all benefit from having this. Managers, directors, CEOs, they benefit from this skill set as a kind of complementary skill. Okay, so what are the biggest obstacles to getting into cybersecurity? And I seem to have left an arrow there as a spoiler, but so the biggest obstacles I see, and I've seen this unfortunately far too many times, is people say, okay, this is good. I'm interested in cybersecurity. I learn something, I practice, I fail. I learn something, I practice, I fail. If I follow a guide that says step by step, okay, do this, click here, do this, etc., it works. But otherwise, it's a lot of failures and a lot of frustration, and some people get really, bothered about this, and they walk away and find a different career. The trick of this and what the chart should look like is something more like this. We learn, we practice, we fail. If we fail, we normally go back and we look at the scope and have a look and say, okay, well, what are we trying to learn? Is that too much for where I'm at? Do I need to take smaller steps? Do I need to go find a mentor? And I'll talk about that in just a minute. But how can we make that scope something? I didn't put a diagram into this, but if you kind of think of yourself standing in the middle of a circle, which is your comfort zone, the idea of any kind of learning or any kind of skill development is we're pushing that comfort zone a little bit by each thing we learn. Sometimes we get a little too ambitious and we're like, I want to learn all the things, and we rush out there and we're like, okay, take a step back, let's think, where are we at and where do we want to go? Once we figure that out, it becomes a lot more natural that we'll start going on this kind of learn, practice, fail, succeed path. We'll have our failures, we'll adjust the scope a little bit, and we'll get somewhere, we'll have a success. The big thing here is really take some sense of accomplishment in those successes. We do learn from our failures, and that's fine. But the successes are important to teach us, and this isn't just cybersecurity, this is kind of general life philosophy. Those successes help us realize that we can move past failure. And with time and experience, the failures become less and the successes become more. And the confidence that kind of grows with that makes us really able to take on some challenging things and show some real value. Now, we don't, at least I have never gotten to a point where it's all successes and no failures. I still fail far more than I succeed, but I know that if I persist long enough, I can succeed. And that's what I mean by confidence. It's, yes, I can go at this and I'm going to fail a lot of times, But eventually I will find a way to get to where I want to be, or accomplish what needs doing. And when I say confidence, it's not the confidence that you'll get it right first time every time. If that happens to you, great, please contact me and tell me how you did it, because I would like to steal that from you. But really it's about how do we measure those small successes, and how do we progress from that failure to success? And do we have the confidence that if we give ourselves enough time and persistence that we will get there? And that I found in people starting out in cybersecurity is one of the hardest things to really get down. So hang in there, you got this. Okay, third thing, become a Google master. So many things are findable and discoverable in cybersecurity by what I would call search refinement. Okay, you go out and you search, how do I become a penetration tester? Well, that's great, you'll get some good articles, giving you some good resources and start. But as time goes on and you start to look for things very specifically, let me try and think of an example of this. I did have a couple when I was making this slide. Let's say you are performing a security assessment of a network file server, and you scan the server and you see that it's serving up Windows file shares, SMB file shares. So you go and search for exploits Windows file shares, and you come up with a massive number of vulnerabilities and exploits and CVE reports and everything, and that just becomes an overwhelming amount of information. So how do you then tune that down and find what is actually going to be successful? We start to put in, okay, what else is in there? Maybe I'm actually looking for a published vulnerability on this. So let's put in CV as a keyword. Let's put in a couple of logical operators and connect those with things that are mmap scan or whatever we did before to discover that service is there as well. And we refine and narrow the search down. There's a few examples of this in the resource list I'll give out at the end, but this 99% of what we will be looking for will be out there somewhere. It's just having the persistence and the kind of practice with Google to actually drill down and find what we're after. And if it's not, that's what we create and get ourselves known for in the community. Okay, if you get right to the point and no one has actually done this in a way that works for your system and your platform in this particular way, there's your research project. Go share what you did. Come to BSides next year and tell us about it. This one, I was going to start off with 4 things. I added it to 5 because this is the bane of my existence. Organization for me is one of the biggest challenges of my professional and personal life. Physical, digital, whatever works. The fewer of these you have, the better. When I say here that I have used all apart from 2 of these, I currently use. So this is something that I talk the talk, but I definitely don't walk the walk yet. I tend to grab whatever is nearest to me at the time. I've used Macs and Windows systems in the past. I spent the last 5-6 years pretty much exclusively on Windows systems. I'm now at a company where we're a Mac shop, so I'm back onto Mac. My home PC is Windows, so now I'm like, I'm used to shortcuts to pull up Notepad and other systems that I use on my home system, and now I'm having to find the equivalents on Mac, which is a challenge. So my notes right now are just all over the place, but find a way to organize the information you find, because there is a fire hose of security-related information out there, and come up with a structured way of organizing that. You will, if you get into that habit early, it will make your life so much easier. And lastly, but definitely not least, is a mentor. Because this is such a small community, and because the knowledge is so fresh and so new and coming out so quickly, effective mentors and peer mentoring are critical parts of being successful. You don't have to find someone who has the skills you want necessarily, but someone who has the same goals or ideals or learning methods that you find useful. Someone you can relate to in terms of what those are. If you can't find a mentor, then learn what you can and become a mentor, and develop a peer mentoring relationship where you learn together and share what you've learned. Small study groups are great for this. Slack is free. Go make a little Slack server and invite your colleagues, co-workers, friends, whoever else is interested, and just form a little stealth study group. You each do your own thing, and you kind of share your findings or what you're doing on there. It can be very motivational to actually want to spend the time doing this, especially when you start coming into those failure scenarios where you need a good friend or a good mentor to give you a kick up the backside and help you reaffirm yourself. So I said I'd get to the Q&A and resource list, and I want to spend kind of the majority of the time doing this because I think it'd be a lot more interesting to share this and have some feedback on it. So I will drop this link into chat right now. Let me just grab this. This is going to come out in right here. Okay. So you now have access to this. I see people joining. Great. So this I put together a few years ago. I started this actually several years ago, mainly for freshman students when they come in and say, okay, I want to learn about cybersecurity. And at the time, the program I was in, the IT program at BYU, we didn't really do much in security until the junior year, and that was way too late for people who came in wanting to learn it. And so this was a kind of resource I put together. I've since used it at summer camps for youth. I've used it for experienced professionals who are looking to find new resources or something to expand their knowledge into. If you're using Google Docs, you definitely want to blow up this kind of index side at the left here. There should be a little button here which will help you navigate through. This is by no means complete. So there's a lot of information that is out there that is not listed here. I'd very much appreciate feedback. Anything you'd like to share on there, I think. Yeah, I will. This is shared off my other account, so I'll have to do that later. I tried to log in here and I couldn't find my 2FA key, but I will share this out for comments, update the sharing so it has comments from anonymous users later and people can give feedback on it, other suggestions. So let me pull up the Q&A. Okay, what do we have? Current trends show attackers are breaching networks and stay in undetected sometimes for months. What areas of cybersecurity are best for learning how to detect intrusion? Are there certs, careers, or paths of study that specialize in this? Yes, absolutely there are. This is one of these areas that like a lot of security takes multiple skill sets, right? Network engineering, systems administration. The big thing here is visibility, right? Getting visibility to your network, and there's platforms like Splunk, Elasticsearch, Logstash, Kibana, Sumo Data. There's a lot of companies out there now that are doing these basically log aggregation platforms, and what they do is they bring in computer logs from login events, from using wireless networks. Yes, I'll post these in the chat. They bring all these events from all these different types of systems across the network, and they ingest those and allow you to see those centrally, and then perform correlations and events through there. So that gives you the visibility to be able to see if people are in your network. After that, it's investigative skills, forensics, instant response, reverse engineering, which is this top setup here, are very useful kind of platforms and tools to start looking at some of those things. But I'll post some resources in the chat. I will do that after the, if there's no other questions, actually, I'll do that right now. How do you go about asking someone to be a mentor? Twitter was mentioned as a great way of connecting. So this doesn't have to be someone you actually know personally. This can be someone you kind of reach out and ask some questions to, or just start connecting with. LinkedIn is a great place to find people, grow your network there. Local groups, organizations, OWASP chapters, the BSides, DEF CON. A lot of these groups have local chapters that will have kind of periodic events or monthly get-togethers, and people just meet and give workshops or kind of share things with each other. I will update. Hang on, let me just make sure I grab these questions because these may disappear after the session ends. In fact, what I'll do is I'll actually answer these in the document, the Google Doc that is being shared. So they'll be there after this ends for you as well. Once you found someone, a lot of most cybersecurity people, we're all incredibly busy. So you don't be afraid of persistence. Most of us will tell you if you're being overly assertive or kind of a little too pushy, but a little bit of pushiness never hurts in this. And I've frequently told people, hey, if I don't get back to you quickly, I'm not going to be annoyed if you start kind of poking me. And if you're doing it too much, obviously I'll say something and be like, hey, just give me a minute, I'm in the middle of something here. But ask someone, hey, I'm getting started in this. Have you got anything you'd advise, any recommendations? I'm looking for a mentor or someone to kind of help me get through this or help me understand this. And most of us are pretty willing to do that if we have capacity to do that. Okay, next question. If you have a passion for information security and experience in IT, but you are not interested in programming and scripting, even though you have that knowledge and how it works, what paths and roles in security do you recommend for this situation? Any. We need so many people, it really doesn't matter that much. I mean, obviously probably not software, security engineer or security software engineer, if you're not interested in a day job of programming and scripting. A lot of the other roles would work just fine. I'm kind of in that boat. I have spent a lot of time programming in the past. I can program in a lot of different languages, but it's not what I want to spend my life doing. That being said, I enjoy doing, kind of going in deep a few days here and there and building out some systems or helping solve some interesting problems. If you really just want to stay completely away from that, forensics, instant response would be great areas to look at. Right at the top here, there is actually a link, this CyberSeek, this cyber pathway. Let me show you this one. This is actually a really good answer to, I think. So this actually, and again, this is not exhaustive, but this is one organization's kind of take on the different careers that are out there. And you can go down and kind of say what your background is. Okay, so not software engineering, but say you want to do, networking or security systems engineering. You can go through and it kind of highlights which ones would work for that. But I would say almost all the roles, apart from the ones that specifically are software engineering developer roles, would work well with that. Does that answer your question? Okay, great. We have another 3 minutes probably before we need to get started ready for the next speaker. So if there's any other questions, what might be a good security position for someone who can spot patterns? I mean, there's a lot in big data. The security analyst positions, people who are going through looking at the logs, aggregating that information, figuring out what information is relevant, correlating that together. That would definitely be there. Intrusion detection systems, working on IDS platforms, Bro, Suricata, or now Zeek, I guess, is the platform, is a great tool for monitoring network traffic and kind of spotting things that are going on and trying to find patterns. But there's a, big data / security roles. Not necessarily. So the question was, what would scripting be recommended for this? I mean, scripting would definitely be useful. Query languages would be a lot better. So both tools such as Splunk and Elasticsearch, they have their own query languages where you can write correlations or queries across data. Machine learning platforms, RStudio, that kind of platform would be useful. So I'd say more queries than scripting, but definitely don't dismiss scripting. It would be helpful. I'm going to take that question and put some more information in the document about that after the session. Any other questions? Great. Well, thank you. Got a few minutes before the next speaker. I will make some updates to the document and answer some of these questions with some of the other links and resources there. And I'll add the permissions to comment and check back on that now and again to see if there's any things to add to it. I'm sure there will be.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, Dale, so much. I didn't know about that CyberSeek tool, and that seems pretty slick. As well as, I'm interested in checking out more of that document that you put together, checking out what resources are there and all that. So thanks for sharing that with the whole community. So I know I appreciate it. So.
I didn't mention there as well, but Bryce also has his reading list of our book list and a bunch of other resources in there as well. So I'm highlighting it, but no one can see it now. There's Bryce's book list in there. Go take a look at that. Thanks for putting that together.
Yeah, that's pretty old, but hopefully it helps people as well, right? So, okay, awesome. So we got Jason, aka Nibble. He's up next. So whenever you're ready, Nibble, just feel free to get started. Yeah, that's a good one. I was talking to Nibble at RSA like a month or two ago, and really excited for this talk. So.
Thanks so much, Bryce. Yep, just give me a second here to share out my screen. All right, can everybody see that?
Looks great. Sounds good.
Okay, perfect. All right, so yeah, thank you, Bryce. Appreciate that. My name is Jason Raviri, aka Nimble, and we're going to talk about MindMeld today. Really just wanted to give a shout out to all the BSides sponsors and the BSides organizers. Just fantastic job switching this over to virtual. I'm going to miss seeing everybody this year, but great that we can still get together virtually and have these good conversations. So it's been a great con so far, and I've really enjoyed it. So this is me. This is how to get in touch with me. I've been a consultant for a long time. Recently moved over to a technical marketing engineer position within Palo Alto Networks. I do want to mention that while I am a big fan of Palo Alto Networks and obviously an employee, the views expressed here are my own and not that directly of my employer. And then I'm here just as an enthusiast security practitioner and not directly representing them. So, I've been around a while, member DC 801. I love cryptography and privacy. I'm a bit of an enthusiast there, not an expert, an enthusiast. So MindMeld solves some interesting problems, and I want to talk about what we're trying to do with it. There's a lot of really good resources out there on the internet, whether they're threat intelligence or lists of data that can be leveraged by security appliances, by endpoint security products, by SIMs, you name it, right? But the problem is while we have kind of an established format with Stix Taxi, a lot of these tools don't natively digest that format. So the problem that MindMeld is trying to solve is essentially to normalize that data into a format that these other tools can handle. There's some really interesting use cases that you can use that for, right? So you can take these threat intelligence feeds, whether they're public open source threat intelligence feeds, like one of my favorites, the SANS DShield Top 20. You can also digest private feeds. There's some full threat intelligence platforms that you can pull that data in. And what MindMeld will do, like I said, will kind of normalize that data to be digested by these other systems downstream. It will also help maybe deduplicate that data as it's being normalized, so that if for some reason the platform that you're using as an enforcement point, for instance, has a hard limit on the number of data points it can pull in, MindMeld can help reduce those number of data points as they're being pulled in. So very, very helpful, especially if the platform has any kind of limitations around that. There's also some interesting use cases about pulling in feeds for positive enforcement, not just for understanding threats or that sort of thing, but in a dynamic cloud environment, for instance, your resources are going to be spun up and tore down on a regular basis, and those say IP addresses or FQDNs will constantly be changing, and it's a very dynamic list, right? And so understanding network traffic flows to say Microsoft O365, Microsoft O365, sorry, can be a very cumbersome task without being able to digest Microsoft's published list of resources that are out there. And so a tool like MindMeld helps really pull that into your tool set and understand where that traffic is going. So you're interested, right? I hope. You know, how can you do more? How can you digest this tool? So the current two best options for installation are spinning up the Docker image or compiling directly from source using Ansible. When MindMeld was first released, you know, it was released as a VM on an OVA, that sort of thing. You know, really, it seems like the Docker way is probably the best, easiest way right now. So I've got here the full URLs, but I created some bit.ly shortened URLs for everybody to use. If you're interested in the Docker image, it's there. If you want to compile direct from source on Ansible, it's there. And I'll post the slides to Slack after this, minus the copyrighted materials. So, okay, so I'm going to show you today pulling and leveraging MindMeld from the Docker image. But I want to show you a couple of things that I did ahead of time before we dive directly into the demo. So my Linux distro of choice is Ubuntu. So I spun up a new Ubuntu server. And basically, the first thing you want to do is just make sure that there's no legacy or pre-installed Docker packages. You then pull down some prerequisites for Docker. And then also the Docker GPG key. And then update your repository with the official Docker repository for Ubuntu. And then install Docker. And if you think I went through that a little too, one other thing, I don't like running Docker images as root. So I then add my user to the Docker group, just kind of security best practice, I guess. And if you think I went through that a little too quick, this is all very well documented on the Docker website. And, you know, I don't want to turn this into an exercise on how to run Docker. I want to focus on MindMeld. So there's a link to doing that. All right, so let's switch out of the slides and get right to business here. Everybody still see the screen okay? Yeah.
We can still see the screen.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you very much. So in the interest of time, I am going to copy and paste these commands. But again, if you go to that Docker link, this is all very well documented there. So I'm going to pull the Docker image from the official Docker repository. And I'm going to create a volume for the MindMeld logs and for my MindMeld local configuration. And then we're going to spin up the Docker image. And again, that's kind of a long command. I just copied and pasted and cheated. But again, I didn't want to be sitting here fumbling around on the keyboard while everybody's watching. So and then if you look at the logs, you can see what we're looking for here is the successful start of the MindMeld web service. And so then we should be able to pivot over to the MindMeld instance and all right. And the default credentials here are admin, MindMeld. You see here, we've already on the dashboard view, the Docker image comes pre-compiled and set up with 4 miners, a processor, and 3 outputs. I'll go into those in a minute. But you know, again, this is a security conference. We're all security people. So first thing we're going to do is go in and change that admin password. So I'm going to click admin, and then I'm going to click password there, and I'll give it a stronger password. All right. The other thing that I want to do is maybe I don't want to use the default admin username. Maybe I want to create an additional user. That's done with this plus right here. Add me as a user. This guy. Super secret password. All right. And now I've got a non-admin user, and then I can go in and delete that admin user if I wanted to. So let's look across the top here at the different tabs. First one I want to show you is the system tab. This is kind of your high-level view of what MindMeld is up to. You know, are the services running? You know, how much CPU utilization is happening here, memory utilization, that sort of thing. We already touched on the admin tab. We looked at the dashboard, but what I really want to show you here is the nodes, right? So this is the meat of what MindMeld is doing. We've got these 3 different node types within MindMeld. You have your miners, which are essentially the sources for data out on the internet, or you know, maybe on private systems, what have you. Then you have an aggregator that those miners are connected to. That aggregator or processor takes that data, and as I mentioned, normalizes it and deduplicates it, and then feeds it to an output. An easier way to sometimes look at this is if we click on the miner, you can, and then click on the connection graph. We can see here on the left side, you know, all these miners reaching out, going into an aggregator, and then feeding into these output feeds out on the right. So pretty straightforward from a graphical representation standpoint. The other thing that you can do is look at the statistics of these miners. How much data is it pulling in, right? You know, the DShield block list is always going to be 20. The top 20 class Cs that you should just generally block on your network or watch for traffic that's egressing your network that, you know, or communications happening to these. So one of the key things here is, you know, being able to understand the relationship that your endpoints or your network traffic is having to these known bad networks, right? Or these known bad data points. So let's see. Let's say you know, you want to add some more data to come in here, right? So first thing I like to point out is the pre-built whitelist for IPv4, right? So here we've got a static list that we can add. So say you leverage Google DNS heavily, and you never want Google DNS to be included on one of those output feeds that you're leveraging in your security appliance. We can come in here and add that to the whitelist. And then if we look at that relationship, we can see now that the whitelist has one indicator IP. So if Quad 8's Google DNS were ever to show up on, say, the spam house drop or e-drop list or DShield or any of those, it would always be whitelisted because it's part of this miner that will be pulled into the aggregator and will override the output. But let's say you want to add another miner, right? You've got your favorite source of data that you know is really high fidelity that you want to pull in and leverage within the network. So how you do that is you click on configuration here, and then down here, this little hamburger looking icon is where you can look at the prototypes. So these prototypes are either miners or aggregators or output prototypes. One of my favorites is the Ethiopian block list. So Emerging Threats, really good group, does some good work. So if we search for Ethiopian, we see that, you know, that list is maintained here as a pre-built prototype. We click on that, then we click clone a new node from this prototype. And give it a normalized name. All right, so now we have it listed here, but notice it's not connected to the processor. This is a slightly counterintuitive piece to MindMeld that sometimes will trip folks up when I've helped people put this in their networks. You have to click over here on inputs. If you remember the relationship diagram that I showed you earlier, your miners were on the left, they feed into processors, or the processor has input from those miners, and then the processor then pushes to the output, or the output has pulls from the processor. So we have to add that new node or miner, excuse me, to the processor. And we do that by clicking over here on the right-hand side. And when we click in here, we'll see, yes, look, ET open is now in there. We click OK. We see it here, but you're not done. You have to commit those changes. So you commit that configuration, and it restarts the MindMeld engine. It gives you lots of good statistical graphic representation of what it's doing in the top right there. Give it a second to run. All right. So now we're running. So now if we click on the nodes and look at the ET open block list, we can see that there are 1,834 indicators, and it is directly feeding into that aggregator. So what's this data look like if we actually, were to try and pull it into one of these systems and leverage it within a system? How you can view that is looking, if you click on the output node, you can see here the feed base URL. If I open that up, there's your data, right? So this is IP range format to view or to be ingested into one of your control systems, right? Again, whether it's a SIM or a network appliance or an endpoint management system. Let's say the system that you're leveraging does not understand this format, right? This IP range format. You can change your outputs, right? So we do one. Okay, so if we just append tr equals or question mark tr equals 1 to the output feed URL, we see that now it gives it to us in CIDR format, which is another very common format that a security appliance or SIM might be able to ingest. So let's talk about maybe some more advanced use cases, right? Let's say you've got a favorite threat feed that is, again, you feel is really high fidelity, but when you go into the prototypes, it's not listed there. So a lot of folks out there like the Talos group, right? They do good work, and they publish a really nice IP list, right? Their IP blacklist. But if we search for prototypes, the Talos group is not there. So let's go look at their IP blacklist really quick. And it's just an output of IP addresses, right? So individual IP addresses, pretty common format. So I know that other prototypes leverage that same thing, specifically the ET open blacklist, right? So this is, again, my friends at Emerging Threats. And instead of cloning this one, we're going to create a new prototype from this miner. We can come in and we can modify this. We can say this is the Talos blacklist, right? And notice down here, we've got a really simple way of building out a miner. It basically asks for your confidence level in this source. and then give it a name and then a URL where we're pulling that information from. So let's put in that Talos IP blacklist. Let's change this to blacklist. And let's call it. Okay, so I've modified it so that it's consistent for Talos. And now when I search for Talos, I have a MindMeld local Talos blacklist. Same workflow. I can clone it, give it a common name, and then that tricky thing to remember is adding it to this IP aggregator, right? Now, okay, look, we've got Talos. We commit that, let it run through its course, and I'll show you that it's pulling in that data. There's obviously a lot more different types of data sources out there beyond IPv4 addresses, right? And there's a lot of debate on how valuable this information can be. But for me, my thought is just reduce your attack surface as much as possible, right? Take out these known bads, and if you can block them on a network level, great. If the security appliance you're leveraging allows you to block them, it just reduces that attack surface. They're not these hot IOCs or whatever that some of these different groups will claim that they've got the best lists, right? No, but again, it can be debated as much as we want, but it's really just about reducing that attack surface, right? And just take the known bads out so that we can really focus on what matters and looking at the more advanced type threat data. But we can see now that Talos blacklist has pulled in 1,266 indicators, and our outbound feeds now are incrementing up. One nice view on the dashboard that I kind of didn't touch on earlier is if you look here, you can change the time frame. I just click that gear on the right. You can change the time range. So as your MindMeld instance is running for days and weeks, you'll have nice statistical graphs here that will show you as indicators have been pulled in from miners and what your total number of indicators are from your outputs. So you can see as I added ET threat feeds and the Talos threat feeds, we've had a significant increase in the number of indicators across all the nodes. So I've got a little bit of time. I can show you a couple more advanced use cases here. And this is the MindMeld instance that I run for my house. Oh, yes. That can give me a password, sorry. There we go. And one thing that's interesting is if you notice, I've got some other aggregators here, right? Not just IP aggregators, but domain and URL aggregators as well that are feeding out to different types of lists. So again, threat indicators are not always going to be IPs, right? There are free lists out there that will give you other interesting things like a malware domain list, things like that, right? And if we look at what those outputs, and we can see here, these are full URIs, right? And if we look at, say, this one, oops, excuse me. Same one, sorry. Domain list, that's it. So instead of full URIs, here I've got just malicious domains, no malicious domains. So you can see how maybe that might be interesting on integrating it to, say, threat hunting feed within a SIEM, or some kind of EDR tool set, something like that. No questions, so I'll just do one more thing really quick and show you guys how, again, how you would pull this into my favorite security appliance. Anybody who knows me knows that I've been a fan of this for a very long time. So. All right, so external dynamic lists are generally how the Palo Alto Networks security platform digests MindMeld data. And so we can see here, I've got these dynamic IP lists. These are pointing directly to those sources on my MindMeld instance. But I've also got these domains and URLs that I just showed you guys there. So these dynamic IP lists are essentially IP groups that can be leveraged in security policy for positive or negative enforcement. You can block things to known bad. You can block bogans, that sort of thing. How you leverage your domain lists are in the spyware security profiles. You can see here the MindMeld domain list is available there, and you can take security action on that. And the URL filtering is also in the URL filtering profiles. So with that, I am about out of time, but I think we've got a couple minutes for Q&A if anybody has any questions. Again, MindMeld is a open source project. It was started by Palo Alto Networks, but it is community maintained. So feel free to be involved as much as appropriate, and I appreciate the time. So.
Thanks, Nibble. That was great. So I'm not seeing any questions. Is there a way to run it in HA?
That's an excellent question. I can take that and get back to whoever asked that. Let's see. Yeah, that's a great question. Yes, yeah, I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks so much. Appreciate it, Jason.
Absolutely.
Next up, we got Julia and Jacob. They're going to be talking about how to jumpstart your AppSec program. So whenever you're ready, Julia and Jacob, feel free to take it away.
Hey, Bryce, we're just trying to figure out how to share. It'll take a moment here.
Okay. We're just working through some things, so we'll get started in a minute.
All right, so can you see my screen now, Bryce?
Yep, it's there and you sound good.
Excellent.
You're not presenting. There it is. Are we good?
Good to go.
All right, great. So thanks everyone for joining and letting us talk here about jumpstarting your AppSec program. Jacob and I worked together for a long time at Adobe. Jacob started out as a developer on the analytics program, or the analytics product in Adobe's digital experience BU. He worked there for years, and he started to see some needs in security, and so he started the application security program there. I joined his team and spun up our SDLC and security champions, and did a lot of acquisition security there over the years. So we've done a lot of jumpstarting or kickstarting appsec programs, kind of with different cultures and or company cultures and different technology stacks and things like that. So what is app security? It is kind of a specialized security field. It can mean a number of different things. It takes different forms at different companies. So you might be threat modeling, pen testing, doing some SAST or DAST things, or even delivering components of the product itself with varying levels of kind of success and engagement. It could be any one of those things or a combination of those things or those things plus plus. These are kind of the main things that you'll see in the app security space, but the application of these things in your securities culture, as well as with your securities or your company's needs in mind, is really important. So we've taken a stab at defining it a little bit more broadly. We've defined it here as helping your technology team write defensible code and release trustworthy software. And the reason we've defined it kind of broadly and intentionally vaguely here is because code and app security is kind of now everywhere. It's not just on our engineering teams, it's in our infrastructure teams, products, and people may be writing different internal microservices to solve little problems. And so we're seeing kind of a code explosion, or we have seen a code explosion. So we need to have app security in the places where it matters. So depending on how your company operates and what your company's goals are, you do product security or application security kind of by any means necessary. And so the way that you approach application security is going to be a custom fit depending on how your organization works.
Thanks, Julia. So that definition is kind of broad, but that's on purpose because of that custom fit that you have to have for your product security program. And the way you start is what are your goals? Like, what risks are you trying to reduce? And these are all like classic questions, right? Like, where's your sensitive data? How's it accessed? What's your attack surface? What does your attacker look like? All those classic questions. Those are super important, foundational to your program. But I'm actually going to say, you got to go a little bit further and actually talk about your company's goals. What is your company's brand? What does it look like? What brand are you trying to achieve? How does security impact that brand? For example, if you're in the medical industry, then maybe your brand's really around this compliance and HIPAA, and your security program should reflect that and should focus on that and that formality. That's different than if you're a startup that's looking to get acquired, right? If you're a startup that's getting acquired, you might not have a ton of resources, you may not have a lot of money or people, but you still need to tell a compelling story to someone who's looking to acquire you. And so your security program should take that into account. But how are you going to tell that story? How are you going to sit down in front of somebody who's looking to acquire you and make a really compelling narrative about how you've done security? What about your customers? What do they expect? How do you build trust with them? If they're a bank, we've all worked with, or maybe not all of us, but some of us have worked with like someone like a bank. They might have like really steep kind of compliance requirements. They want to see like a stack of formal papers that show that you're doing security. And if you've worked with someone like this, you might realize that a lot of what they ask for doesn't actually help your risk, but it's important to present it to them, right? And it's important that you do it well, because your job is not just to reduce risk. Your job is to help your company be successful and achieve its goals. And I think this is super critical. This is why we started here. I think this is so important. You should share this with stakeholders like often and from the very beginning. If you sit down with a stakeholder and you tell them like, look, my mission and building out this AppSec program is not just to reduce risk, but actually help the company be successful, help you as a stakeholder be successful. In turn, they're going to help you achieve your goals. So I would share this message and make this like the DNA of your program. All right, so you've started to figure out what your company's trying to achieve and trying to figure out like how your customers view you. It's going to be really easy to fall into the first big pitfall. And that is, I think all of us know, or you'll find out at some point, it's so easy to spend a lot of money on security. And it's just as easy to get hardly any return for that money spent. There are so many tools out there, and there's a lot of great ones. You know, all these scanners and aggregators and reporting tools. But if you're not enabling them the right way because you haven't done your homework yet, you're just going to throw a ton of money and get all kinds of interesting glowy dashboards, but you're not actually going to accomplish your goals. So I would say instead of starting with spending the money on the tools, which will come, I think you need to instead start with doing your homework, which is effectively getting in their sandbox. Like, obviously you need to get in there and you need to understand, like, where is the technology? Where does it sit? What's the technology stack? But I'm talking about more than that. You really need to understand how your product is built. Like, how does your company make money with this product? If it's software or whatever it is. And I'm not just saying, like, what is the deployment pipeline for your application? I'm talking about, like, how is the backlog built and prioritized? How are things communicated, right? How does things flow? What are the different people involved? It's going to be super critical for you to figure out how to integrate with that. And beyond that, you also need to really understand, you know, your customers and how they expect to interact with your product. How do you communicate with your customers? If it comes to a breach or a some sort of report that you have to give out, you need to know ahead of time how you're going to work with those customers, how you're going to get those messages out, how they expect to have a dialogue with your company. And then finally, I'm going to emphasize this again. What are your stakeholders' goals? You'll probably find in any dev organization, there's probably somebody, maybe it's like a VP of product management or something like that, who like really is a linchpin for the whole process. Like, maybe this person like holds the roadmap or the timeline with an iron fist, right? And if you want to get resources, you've got to go through that person. So it's important for you, just as important as knowing your risks and getting the details for the latest vulnerabilities. You need to understand how to work with that person. Are they driven by data? You need to provide them good options and good reports so they can make smart decisions. Or are they somebody who's more narrative driven? You have to sit down and tell them a story about security and about how it's going to help them accomplish their goals. You have to figure that out, because if you don't, these folk can make or break your program. All right, so you figured out what your goals are. You went through the whole system from the beginning to the end. You know exactly how the product works. You know exactly how it all flows, all the details. The next thing you're going to do is figure out how do you measure and define success. I think we've all been part of a program at some point, or something, a project where we work really hard and we ship it out, and it's out there and it's doing a bunch of stuff, but we have no idea if it's successful and doing what we want because we never took the time to figure out how to measure success. This is very true in security. In fact, I would say in security more than most any other place, you cannot afford to not know what success is and how to measure it. So define those metrics, define those KPIs, figure that stuff out. I would also say just as important as making sure you hit the KPI is making sure that you don't over-rotate on it. If you're spending all of your resources on driving something to 3 nines when 2 is sufficient, then that's money you could have spent somewhere else. And so be really judicious about finding just the right measurables and driving towards them. So the next thing, so after you figure out your goals and your KPIs, the next thing you're going to do is you're going to figure out how to integrate with your devs. So it's going to be really tempting, and we've all done this. I certainly have done this. It's going to be really tempting to build this beautiful security biosphere. It's got all these tools and reports and integrations and logins, and you're going to want to like go and grab that engineering manager by the collar and drag them over to your biosphere, make them log in and view all your beautiful reports. In my experience, this does not work, or at least it's a lot harder to be successful. Because the reality is every dev team, product team, they have a way that works for them. They have a way to be successful. They have a flow, and they have aggressive timelines, and they have a lot of pressures. And the last thing they need is to be dragged out of their world and have to go into yours in order to get their security work done. So you need to figure out, like, how do I, if I analyze that CI/CD pipeline, how do I get in there to add my automated scanning checks? Or how do I get in there to make sure that my gateways are in place? How is their backlog prioritized and shaped? How do I make sure that I'm in that scrum of scrum so that I can, inject my stories in there so that they'll get done in the right way rather than making them come to me? This is super critical. It takes a lot more work up front. It's many times harder to do, but it will pay off dividends in the future. It's been our experience at Adobe. So I would say after you've done those things, the next thing comes, and this might be the most important thing on the slide, is establish those relationships first, right? So go to all those key stakeholders that you found, sit down with them, talk about what you're trying to accomplish, how you're going to help them be successful, what the program's going to look like, get their feedback so that they have a sense of ownership of this thing, know that you're in it together to make this thing work. I think we've all run into, I know I have, that grumpy program manager that's been doing program management for 2 decades, worked at Novell before, whatever company he's at now, and has had nothing but problems with security, nothing but friction, and has this natural inclination to build walls and to separate and push you away. If you go to at the very beginning and sit down with people like that, some of these important stakeholders, and talk about how you're going to make them successful and how your thing that you're trying to do is also their thing, they're going to open up, and they're going to be your strongest advocates and allies. We found this time and time again in Adobe, where like some of the hardest people to like kind of crack that outer shell and get them to appreciate the security work are the biggest advocates once you do. So, okay, you've done all that, you've established your relationships, got your integration points, you have metrics and goals all lined up. Okay, so now it's finally time to go buy all the fancy tools and scanners and reports and processes and AI and ML and all the fun stuff. So now it's time to go. So Julia might be muted.
Sorry, muted. Just 1 second there, Jacob. One of the things that we need to make sure that we strongly consider when rolling out a program is that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We've all heard the best laid plans often go awry. So if you're marching in there with the world's best plan, something that you truly believe is going to change the face of security at your company, it may fall flat if you don't take this into consideration. There's a lot of reasons that something can fail, but one of the top reasons that I've seen is a lack of cultural fit. Not to say the lack of cultural fit of an individual, but the lack of cultural fit of a program inside of the organization that you're trying to introduce. So if you're in an organization that invests heavily in developer productivity and is strongly oriented towards speed of release, and you want to pull everything to a dead stop to do a 3-day security review, that's a lack of cultural fit that's not going to be aligned with your company's goals. Similarly, if you're in a risk-averse organization that wants everything that documented formally and sign off at every level, you're going to need to meet that criteria with your program as well. Application or product security has to be a strong cultural fit in your engineering organization because it needs to be an integral part of the engineering program rather than some icing on top. So in that organization that I mentioned where developer productivity is paramount, you may be able to find some low overhead, high leverage solution by partnering with the teams that provide that. So make sure to do an assessment of your engineering culture and find where you can inject secure defaults or good choices that have the biggest impact. A note on building relationships with your tech team. I think a lot of times we think of the tech team as engineers, but in reality, the tech team is so much more than just engineering. If you want to release software at scale, you often have a team that looks something like engineering and product management and program management, and all of these people kind of in their own lanes and realms of influence and talents are able to release this important software. So a lot of times they have different responsibilities. I'm going to talk to an example organization, but I think definitely find out how the engineering team works with the other technology teams to release software. In my example, we'll talk through some kind of prototypical things that I've seen. So engineering is responsible for technical implementation details, technology frameworks, architecture, and design. You might talk to them about how to fix an individual security vulnerability, or if they're evaluating a new technology or framework that they want to use, you can add value to that by going and doing some groundwork to find out how that changes the security posture, or to recommend kind of the secure choices that they can make with that framework. But you also want to get to know your product management team, because these are the people who know about the business and customer priorities and often set those things. They kind of create the future state of products, and they are the ones who kind of set those long-term visions and roadmaps. And they also have a good idea of the revenue that their products are bringing in, which products are the ones that are invested in the most because they're bringing in the most money, or which ones are kind of up and coming. And so you can kind of get in early if you get to know the product managers. You might want to talk to product management about ways that you can help them sell security so that you can get a piece of their roadmap. Or if you're trying to push an important security initiative that's going to take a lot of time from engineering, what you want to do with product management is negotiate that space on the roadmap. A lot of times you can get the engineering buy-in if this is the right choice, but product management has to also say, this is the right choice to do at this time. One of the things that we've been successful in or previously been successful in helping with product management is helping to put together artifacts for PMs or salespeople to point to our security posture, so that helps them sell, and then we can, when they see how that helps the product process go faster, we can get a piece of their roadmap to push some of the important security stuff. And then finally, program management. Program management keeps the trains running on time. They're the work execution arm. They know about deadlines, upcoming current status, and a lot of cross-functional initiatives. If you want to introduce a new practice or a new consistent program into your engineering organization, program managers are a good place to start. They're the ones who you can talk to about consistently reviewing the vulnerability dashboards that you put together or attempt resolution on things, and find out from them if those things are getting done. So definitely make sure to work with all different people on your tech team, and also at all levels. So engineering ICs, you might need to work with them on, like I mentioned, resolving a vulnerability. But if you need to if you're trying to fundamentally change the face of security at your company, you need to certainly get buy-in from like the VP director level, the people who are making the big business decisions, and get buy-in from those levels as well. So which stakeholders can help you scale your security program the best? We had some success scaling security at Adobe using security champions. We started with security champions in the engineering organization, and security champions has kind of been this buzzword in the security culture circles for a while. The idea here is that you can recruit people internally to be force multipliers for your security program. It works in some security cultures, and we successfully rolled it out at Adobe. We had appropriate buy-in there. So if you want to be successful, there's kind of 4 things that I would recommend for a successful security champions program. And those things are to train your security champions. So there should be a common baseline security understanding amongst the security champions. So make sure that they're technically trained, as well as informing them of security's goals and sharing that context with them so that they know what the future is bringing, and they can kind of bring that back to their teams, as well as bring to you, the security team, what their product goals are and what their pressures are and what's kind of coming down the pipe for them as well. And another important thing that we did was when we designated people as security champions, we went to the top levels and got the buy-in at the top level, and had VPs and directors kind of nominate security champions on their teams. And so it was something that was an initiative or a directive from the engineer's own management team to go and do this thing as well, which really helped with making this program take hold. And then also have some immediate wins for getting people on board as security champions, maybe have them resolve some security issues or push a security initiative across the finish line. We really found that this helped us scale, in addition to automating as much as we could around kind of environment discovery and reporting as well. And security champions can be an intensive job if it's a full-time thing, but another option is, if you don't have buy-in or budget for this type of thing, see if you can get the budget for like a once-a-month pizza lunch and learn, where you can talk to dev teams about security and become familiar with what they're working on. You've probably seen this if you've been in security for a while. A lot of the stuff that we find out about or talk with security or engineering teams about is things that, like, they saw us passing in the hallway and they were like, oh, light bulb went off. I really should have talked to you about this thing, but you know, now that I'm seeing you, let's bring it up. So make sure your security team is visible. Stuff is moving so quickly in engineering organizations that you want to make sure that you are top of mind for them as much as you can be, because there are a lot of competing priorities going on in engineering. Great. So at the end of the day, your security program or your AppSec program should be enabling engineering to make their own security decisions. Slide, Jacob, thanks. So we talked about environment observations. So find out what's going on in your environment, where you're working, what's your tech stack, what's coming down the pipe, what are the things that you can observe factually about the environment, and then put your security lens on those things. Are those things, are those behaviors good? Are they bad? Are they things that we want to change? And this part, I think I want to point out here as well, definitely make sure you talk to your stakeholders about this, because I think we a lot of times come in, or I've seen myself make the mistake of coming into a conversation saying, the world is on fire, this is a horrible thing, I can't believe it. And the engineering team will say, no, let's, we do this and this is working as designed because of this reason, or you can't possibly expect us to turn on a dime and fix that thing, and here's all of the impacts, right? So definitely talk with your stakeholders about what it is that they're trying to achieve, so you can enable their security story as well. And then once you kind of figure out what those things are that need to change, make sure that you plug those things into the existing engineering tools and workflows. As Jacob mentioned, asking someone to step outside of their world to go find out what their security story is one of the ways that you are going to hurt the productivity of your organization. So plug into their processes and leverage those. Oftentimes they've figured out some pretty efficient ways to work because they've got to get a lot of work done. And then finally, combine those things, the security lens and the things you're measuring about the environment and the status of those things from the engineering tools and workflows, and build out your fact-based but opinionated security dashboard. So you want to show people where they need to improve, but you want that stuff to be immediately actionable. So if you're saying you've got things that are way past due, you want to be able to point them to the JIRA ticket or the pull request or the issue that you're seeing and how long it's been open, and have that thing drive down security risk kind of in an immediate way. Another thing about setting KPIs is that these things are they're difficult to do, right? So hard to get it right the first time. Don't be afraid to iterate on this stuff. I've definitely had to do that several times. I think the first set of vulnerability management KPIs that I tried to roll out were way too aggressive. When I was thinking about it from security point of view, I was like, we should just fix things as quickly as we possibly find them. But as we kind of mentioned, that might not be the right choice for the company. And if we're constantly interrupting engineering work to fix security issues that could wait till next week or be mitigated short term and then fixed in the long term, or things like that, then we're not adding the appropriate value to our company and our business. So make sure that you're iterating to make sure that that is driving the right behavior and also helping to achieve the business goals of your company. Talking fast. All right. So your Jumpstarted program. So you've done the discovery and met your stakeholders and set your goals and rolled this thing out. This is going to be your checklist for how to roll these things out in your application security program. But app security programs are a custom fit. We only had a few minutes here to kind of talk about how to roll out an application security program. So we gave you a couple examples of the many ways that you can scale a program, but we could chat about this all day. How to build that out given, I think, a company's culture. We do want to make sure that we've got time for questions, but we'd love to chat AppSec, talk shop about this stuff. So feel free to reach out over email and we're happy to chat with you.
So Julia, I don't know if you can see if there's any questions.
I'm looking in the chat and I don't see any.
So there's a Q&A window. I think someone just threw in a question. Yeah. Let's see, it says a little bit off topic. So if you don't want to spend time answering this, I won't be offended. What can I do to better prepare for a career in application security? Is it feasible to find an entry-level AppSec job, or where should I start?
So, Judy, you want me to take the first crack at that?
Sure. Yeah, I can add a response too.
So I think actually it's a pretty exciting time to be starting in application security. As we all know, security has evolved over the past few decades pretty rapidly. And with the modern day application stack, a lot of the investment of a company is in the app itself, right? Because a lot of you get a lot of leverage out of your cloud infrastructure and all these fancy pipelines that you can plug in. There's still a lot of room for operational security and compliance and things like that. But the space that's growing really fast, in my opinion, is that product security. So first of all, great question. That's exactly a fantastic place to be. If I were you, I think one of the things that can make you uniquely valuable in this space is if you have a really good understanding of how the dev process works and how software works, in addition to security. That blend is actually kind of rare. A lot of times, folk come from all kinds of backgrounds into security, and they're not always from engineering backgrounds. So if you can cross those two worlds, I think that's super valuable. So I would spend some time not only understanding the security side, but also understanding the dev side and getting some of your maybe computer science chops in place. After that, there's actually really good programs coming online at different schools. But there's also opportunities to go and do things like intern for companies like Adobe, or just get your feet wet with some of these other things. But more than that, just reach out to some people, create that network, and in that line, feel free to email me and we can have a chat about some of the things I've seen that have successfully started careers in this space.
Yeah, I would say +1, definitely. I think starting to learn programming and computer science, like Jacob was saying, but also there's a lot of really great resources on the internet, so that I'm not just repeating Jacob's answer. OWASP has great resources. There's like the OWASP Top 10, but they also just came out with the ASVS, which is a bunch of application security controls. And I think level 1 of those things, I'm probably saying this all wrong, but they can be automated. So I think about those things and what are kind of the common pitfalls that you might have in app security, but also a lot of resources on the internet, both for proactive, or I guess red team-ish and blue team-ish type things, offensive, defensive. So learning how to do pen testing, I think, is a great way to get into kind of application security and seeing how applications can behave and misbehave. But understanding, I think, the underlying infrastructure is going to be important too. So computer science as well. I see the questions now, so I can read the next one here. So I got a question from Mark. What do you both think about implementing secure defaults in the paved road for dev teams? So I'll take a first crack at this one. So for I've seen this be very successful. I think that it again is important that you're able to meet your dev teams where they're at. I think paved roads work where you've got developers kind of all working already in paved road, if that makes sense. If your company invests heavily in developer productivity and has those resources, those are definitely places where you should integrate and provide secure defaults. And I think it's going more and more in that direction and coming up with what should an architecture look like, what should security look like, and helping to build those things in from the ground up. I think that's a really successful model, but I don't think it probably is going to work at places with a lot of legacy software processes and code and things like that.
So the only thing I would add to that is that I think that approach resonates with developers. I think we're seeing this in other, like, self-organized teams is another way of like putting together like teams want the ability to have the control to make smart and savvy decisions locally, but they also want like that really easy route. And they want that in security too, right? Not only do they want that in their software stack or in their libraries, but they want that with their security choices too. So I think if that's your approach, it's going to resonate with the team, then you're going to be successful. Do you want to read the next question, Julia?
Sure. Do you have recommendations on putting code release gates on cast to dast built into the CI/CD pipeline? I prefer to gate things before release to prevent vulnerable software changes from going out, but it causes problems with current culture at times. Oh,
that's such a good question. That's such like a hot topic too, right? Like, and it pushes everyone's buttons. So here's the deal. It depends. It's a sad answer, but it's a true one. It depends on your company, right? So some companies, some teams require a release pipeline that has to be able to get out the door within 15 minutes. And I don't know how robust your scanning is, but that might get in the way of that. So you may have to, instead of having it be a gate, it has to be a parallel operation, and then you just have to be really good at rolling back. But for some other teams, like if it's like a hard control, and this is a promise that's been made to customers that you're scanning before release, then you've got to get in there, right? And you've got to have that gate. So I guess the answer is it depends on what your company needs. And I think you have to be flexible, and I think it has to be in partnership with the dev teams to really figure out if that's the right fit. Certainly if you can get away with it and it's not causing too much friction, then it probably adds some value there.
Yeah, I want to say +1, and I want to say that if you're going to do that, you have to be very careful about those things. Choose the things that should always be true or always be false and test for those things. Definitely don't put something super noisy in there. All right. I think we've answered our questions. Thanks, everyone. It's been great.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Julia and Jacob. That was awesome. So appreciate your guys' perspective on jumpstarting the AppSec program. Yeah, and the questions were great too. So, okay, up next, we got Bart. He's going to be presenting about SSH keys. Are they a security asset or liability? So whenever you're ready, Bart, feel free to take it away.
Awesome. Excellent. Thank you so much, Bryce. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity, or giving me the opportunity to present. Before I continue, Bryce, can you just confirm that you can hear me well and that the audio and the video is working fine?
Looks good. Sounds good.
All right, thank you so much. Awesome, excellent. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bart Lennertz, part of the Venafi team based in Salt Lake City. I'm unfortunately not in Salt Lake City, but based on the East Coast here. And the next 20-25 minutes, I'm going to talk about SSH. Fantastic protocol, fantastic opportunity. I use it a lot. One of my hobbies is maintaining a website, a couple of websites, and SSH and SSH keys are essential cornerstones or building blocks for doing that work. But it has risks, and in my case, there's only like 1 or 2 people that are working on the website, but when you get into a lot of people, it can become an issue and it become a liability. And that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk a little bit about it. Yes, it's a great tool, but watch out because there are some issues. And how can you prepare? What should you do actually around SSH and SSH keys? Cool. Here are the topics I'm going to talk about. First of all, for those who may not be up to speed, we'll talk a little bit about what is SSH, secure shell, and what are SSH machine identities. I'm going to talk about some common risks that we're seeing, some common mistakes. I will talk briefly on a best practice called NIST IR 7966 as a foundation. Then also I want to share a couple of dashboards that I've seen people implementing when working with SSH keys. And I want to share them and see exactly how a practice could look like and how these reports could look like. And then we'll wrap it up at the end. Cool. So I expect this presentation 20-25 minutes, and we'll definitely leave some questions at the end. All right, let's start with this beginning. For those who are Usually I ask a question always like, who is using the secure shell and who is using keys and so on and so forth. Can't do it now, so I will assume that some of people still may not know what SSH is. So a little bit of an introduction. SSH is used today by IT administrators as well as automation processes. Automation processes or services, actually, they're using this. And it can be used in many ways. You can use it for ad hoc. That's what it's mostly known for, mostly how it was started actually as an ad hoc tool for connecting to a switch, a router, or a server, or a Linux box, and doing command line tools, and then logging out again. But that became sort of boring, or I would say that became sort of, people wanted to start automating things. And so it's very easy to start scripting out SSH as well. And there are many automation tools that starting using this. CI/CD tools are starting to use this, or are using SSH actually. But also you can use SSH for data transfer. In my case, when I manage the website, I use SSH, and I use it, for instance, for uploading and downloading, or for moving files and moving pictures from one area to another area, and so on and so forth, or from between different sites that I have. And so it's no longer an individual IT admin tool. It's used by so many different things, by services, by automation tools, as well as for data transfer. Now, why was it invented? Why was SSH invented? Why is it so popular? Well, it's actually a replacement of Telnet. Telnet, that was very popular in the 90s, was the default tool to connecting to a device. But it was unencrypted. You could see username passwords very easy. And so that is one of the key things why SSH came to life and got that adoption, because when you connect a client to a host, now everything is encrypted, and the connection cannot be seen anymore. And so that's one of the main reasons why it got so popular. Now, how does this encryption work? Well, I use the term identities. The keys actually being used is when a client connects to a host, then a host key is sent to the client, and that's used as a first step to do the encryption. And there are many forms of encryption that you can start using. There are, I think, the latest version more of some of these SSH clients, they can support maybe 10 or dozen different types of encryptions. Now, you have the encryption, but there's a second thing that is also very interesting, and that is the concept of keys, SSH keys. And so there is the concept of private keys and public keys that you can deploy. Basically, if you are, once you're logged in, you can start creating keys, and you keep the private key for yourself, but you deploy the authorized or the public key on the host. And next time that you want to log on, you don't have the full authentication, you don't have to do the full authentication access validation anymore. You can just start using that key, and off you go, and your connection is immediately sent up. So basically, it's encryption, but especially when we talk about private keys, public keys, these are the machine identities that enable those automated connection. And that is another very, very popular usage for SSH, because again, when I'm using my websites, different websites from development that I have to production side, I just use the keys, and I can go from one to another, and it's automated. And it's no longer, it doesn't require each time username, password authentication, or an access validation. That's one of the great things about SSH again. Now, if you see this, some people may say, well, it's interesting. You have those host key and those private key, public keys. But how do I manage this? What happens when you do this in scale? And so we've done a little bit of research on this. And what we found that the operations of SSH keys is actually in the hand of IT admins as well as DevOps people. In the past, it used to be purely IT admins, but more and more developers are starting to use their own keys as well, so they can jump quickly to a box and see how a process is working or helping or working out. Or they want to, they use it actually around their tools to transfer the data. And again, if you, like in my case, there's only like 2 people working on a couple of websites, no issue. But once you start having multiple users, all deploying, creating, deploying, and required to rotate the keys, because those keys, once they are around, of course, they need to be rotated frequently, then you can see how it ends up, right? You can immediately see that you're getting quickly into a sprawl of keys, actually. We did some research on this. I found out some research from Palo Alto Networks. There's also some research from other companies. But this was a survey that we did, and you can look it up. And we found out that in 61% of organizations, the users themselves, the IT admins or the developers, were configuring, were actually allowed to configure their own authorized keys. So, and actually the administration of those keys was also left over to those users, IT admins of DevOps people. No issue with that. The issue is although more on the infosec side, where, or even actually on the admin side, where very few people now have a complete and accurate overview of all the SSH key inventory. So keys are being created, people leave the organization, their keys are still around. Maybe they're sharing keys, maybe they're duplicating the same key. And of course, this can lead to specific issues. Another thing that we see is, yes, SSH is incredibly powerful. It's incredibly powerful and incredibly popular. And Palo Alto Networks actually in their, the Unit 42 from Palo Alto today, indicated that 76% of the cloud workloads today expose SSH in one or another form. So think about this when you're just creating keys and deploying them and you're doing it not effective, or you're not storing the private key effective. If some of those keys can get into the wrong hands, a lot of things can go wrong. Anyway, the point I wanted to make is this: how is SSH keys administered today? And it's usually left up to the individuals. Now, what does it mean? What are sort of those risks and mistakes that can happen? Well, let's talk a little bit about those. So on the IT side, the admin side, the DevOps side, the developer side, these are some of the common mistakes. The first of all is toxic growth in trusted connection. When I watch myself and I see how often I create a new key, or I just ignore the previous one, it's amazing. And you end up, and then I have 2 laptops. It's another thing. I have 2 laptops. It's amazing how many keys I have. And just because you can quickly create them, you create them. Do I each time remove them? Likely not, right? So you end up quickly in a very toxic growth sprawl of keys. And we've done surveys and we've done assessments, and we found out that in some cases, actually, the host to key ratio was 1:100. So it's, if you have 1 host, then quickly you can find around 100 keys around this. Very important also when you think about SSH keys, it's not like a certificate. It does not expire. In other words, that key that is installed could be there forever. The other thing that we're seeing, and everyone will agree with me with this, is excessive privileges. I'm likely one of the one who violates the principle of least privilege access a lot. I like always to have somewhere a way to get in. And we're seeing that again, is that people are often deploying root keys, and not just root keys and removing them, they're leaving them permanent on. And we're even seeing that some of those keys are being used by employees, but not only employees, but also they've been shared with employees and contractors who may walk out with them. So another thing that we're seeing. And then the third thing that we're seeing is weak keys, sharing keys between admins, putting them on a USB drive, moving them from one client to another client. Copying the same identical keys to assets, and it can be both the private public key can be one of those, but also the host key. We're seeing, for instance, in some automation or even some deployment pipelines that a service provider was continuously deploying the same virtual machine with the same SSH host key on it, which again, if someone gets access to this, could now start decrypting a lot of the traffic. Anyway, this is happening on one side, right? So toxic growth, excessive privileges, and weak key. Now, I come from a security operations background, and here are the other things that we're seeing, especially on the infosec side. So first of all, there's a lack of keys. No one has the time for doing this. I mean, everyone knows that the SSH keys are in use, but very few people have access to and knowing where those keys are. And I mean, it becomes a nightmare to start installing this or to start monitoring this if you really think about this, or what a lot of people think about. The second thing is intelligence, right? Is that most infosec security operators have no clue of which keys expose some risks. For instance, are they being shared? How old are they? Have they become weak actually? And then the last thing is that if something would happen, right, then a lot of the infosec team, a lot of the security operations team would not have a capability to rotate those. What they usually have, they can say, oh, yes, I can go in and I can start removing the keys. Yes, but what you also are doing is now disabling some of the connections. And you could bring your company, IT services and IT environment actually to a halt, to a stop. So I just want to show the two worlds. One, the worlds of the developers and the IT admins, the other side, the world of the infosec team. Another thing that we're seeing is that a lot of people say, yes, but wait a minute, it's okay. SSH is encrypted. No one will know about this. Well, actually, no. That is actually the wrong attitude. The wrong attitude is thinking that if it's encrypted, it must be okay. No, you're playing with fire because those keys, when they become weak, they can be stolen by an adversary or by an insider threat. They can then open the door to a backdoor or give unauthorized access. And not only that, if you have multiple of those keys, people could start pivoting around with those keys from one host to another host. And by the way, SSH allows port mirroring. So they could extract data, they could do SCP, they could do SFTP, things like this, extract the data, and you don't have a capability to respond to all of this. So this is what also is known often as the sleeping dragon, and some organizations talk it like that. It's a sleeping dragon, it's not managed, and it can have big consequences. And that has happened actually. So here's a couple of examples. This is from the last, I would say 8 months. There have been vendors who have issued critical warnings about their data center switches because what they ship the same default SSH key pair everywhere, right? Then, of course, there were specific malware campaign, the Go malware. That's a malware that actually was doing nothing else as trying to use those keys, those common keys that were known, that were found on some of those devices, to go in and get access. And then a very big one, actually still going on, is the TrickBot malware, a malware really that's hard to detect. And this has the objective really to steal credential as well as SSH private keys from PuTTY. And the goal again is to steal it out, to take access, to get those keys, and then use it as a backdoor later in, or sell it online via the dark web for people to go and execute the full attack. There's others like SkidMap. SkidMap, it's very nice. So the difference between Go malware, TrickBot, and SkidMap is so simple. Go malware is just phishing actually, or using keys that are known, like from vulnerabilities. TrickBot is trying to steal it, and SkidMap is doing the opposite. SkidMap is doing nothing else as installing keys, knowing that infosec teams don't have a inventory and say, oh, I will just install new keys. Now I enable a backdoor, and because no one is monitoring this, this may go on, and I have a full-time backdoor that can start using this. So these are real threats. And again, like I mentioned, TrickBots was one of the most popular or prevalent, I would say, malware in 2019. Another comment that I want to make around this, and I will speed it up a little bit, is that when you think about SSH, it's not just about InfoSec. Also, auditors are hearing about this. So auditors get influenced by peer reviews. They're hearing about those risks. They're hearing about the path of least resistance. And the internal audits now hear also about this, and they want to validate the attestation of controls. And so a lot of people are failing their SSH audit today. Now, is everything lost? No, you can prepare. And I will give you some very specific guidelines on how you can prepare. The first one is think about a best practices framework. You don't have to create your own policies. If you go to NIST IR 7966, you can find in the appendix, I think about 40 different controls that are all NIST 853 based, and you can select them and you can view them. And so it's very comprehensive. Comprehensive paper actually from NIST on how you can manage actually SSH and what you should do about this. We'll talk about it in a moment as well. The second thing that you can do is try to assess. There are multiple ways how there are multiple tools that you can use to discover your environment, right? And see, well, how many keys are there? Things like that. Also, that brings usually up some very interesting insights, and then use that as a method to start governing the life cycle, saying, look, guys, something is wrong. We have way too many keys. We're at risk, things like that. Now, we need to start implementing a life cycle, specifically about communicating out those controls, what they should do, what they shouldn't do. Also try to put in a process where you can request them and hand actually keys out or deploy them for them automatically. Another very interesting thing, that's the third step that you can do, is around creating an inventory. So discover, but build an inventory. Build an inventory about who is talking to who, which keys are being used, and maybe the purpose why they're using for. Is it just an interactive protocol? And get insights on which are active and which are non-active. And those that are old and haven't been used for maybe over a year, or erase them, throw them out. It will really limit immediately your risk and reduce your risk substantially. The fourth thing you can do is, of course, policies, right? Use those policies, apply them against your inventory. See now exactly like which keys are old, needs to be rotated, which keys have been duplicated, where is risk, which are the root keys. Make sure you rotate them a little bit faster, things like that. So do that. And the last one is, when you mitigate, try to do it in an automated way. Manually is very time consuming. Try to do it in an automated way. There are maybe some public domain or open source scripts, but you also can start using tools for this. And so that's the next thing that I want to talk about. So again, I don't want to enforce a tool here, but what I want to say is start with the framework, right? Start with that framework, that NIST IR 7966, and then work up to a way that you can mitigate this. Now, if you are looking for a tool, if you want a tool, here's a good checklist that you could use. And NIST IR 7966 has a very comprehensive checklist of things that you should look for. There are multiple tools in the industry. You can there's open source tools, there are commercial tools, things like that. But this is the NIST IR 7966 is that appendix, even overview of what you should do. You need to make sure that you can discover, that you can build an inventory, that you can analyze, that you can provision, that you can rotate those out, that you have a portal through which people can request it, or that you can, through the request, immediately can implement it. monitor continuously which one are active, which one are non-active, entitlements, and also integrate it also with your security operations workflow, things like alerting, also audit it frequently. I'm not going to go into details. I'm just saying that we're a little bit limited on time for that. But it's an excellent tool, an excellent publication around how to make tool selection. What it actually is saying is there are three big groups. There's like a group that talks about visibility, a group that talks about building out intelligence, and a group that talks about how to automate it. So to simplify, they think about when you want the tool that gives the visibility, intelligence, and automation. All right, this is a quick use case. I will quickly go over it, but it's a use case where, of course, at Venafi, we have a tool, but we had a customer, a major US airline, and they had 1.4 million keys in use. It's quite a lot, and they failed in all, and they had to have big security actually. So they had that sleeping dragon was found by an auditor, and IT said there's no way I can remediate this. This is going to take a lot of time and effort. And so what they did is they discovered it. They start eliminating unused keys. They start splitting and rotating, and then they start building an auto provisioning process. And so the end state after this is they reduced the number of keys initially. It grew back, but in a much controlled way. But now they have a continuously view of all the keys, the accounts, the systems, and so on and so forth. All right, I have a couple of minutes left. I will go a little bit faster, but I want to show you a couple of dashboards that could be very, very instrumental. So the first dashboard is around knowing your assets and your key usage. So I'm showing a couple of dashboards here, like knowing how many hosts you have, how many keys you have, how many unused keys there are. Trust distribution, this is basically the number of connections per client. So when you see like more than 20 trust, it means that actually it's per host, is how many clients can be connected or have deployed keys to a specific host. Key size information, do you still have old key sizes, 512? And also very important, what is the trend? Is the SSH key usage going up? Is it strongly going up? How much is it going up? Is it even? Am I working on this? Yes, no. When you see a strong spike, watch out. It may be that one of your automation tools is going nuts. Right. Another good tool, and this is really very important, is about risks, surfacing risks. And so capability to say, here are specific NIST control numbers, filter out now the keys that may violate to those specific controls. And so finding out root orphans, basically the root keys there, the public keys there, but the private key is completely unknown. No one knows where it is, right? That seems to be like a high risk to me. Private shared keys, when the USB drive goes around with all the keys, try to find those, right? Another sample report is around rotation and mitigation, like how many are you rotating on a weekly basis and what's coming up. Try also to find those that have failed. Maybe the communication is not working fine, things like that. And then another set of report is around the life cycle, like how many keys have been requested, deployed, are they waiting for approval, are they assigned to me, to others, and of course managing that is very important, because admins, IT admins hate waiting for an approval. So make it as easy and as simple where they have request a key, or it gets immediately automated and delivered to them, but they can start using this immediately and don't have to wait for any approval. All right, I'm going fast, but this is the last slide here. SSH keys and the automated connections they enable are an essential building block. But there is a risk. There's a risk that I was talking about earlier. You don't have to stand and build your own controls for this. There is the NIST IR 7966 that lists it's very, very detailed. And yes, there are tools. And when you want a tool, think about visibility, building out visibility in those keys. Think about building out intelligence about this and then automating this. And of course, the benefit for this is, first of all, yes, you're going to avoid those expensive audit failures or last minute requests when someone is knocking at your door, I need all the keys. So you're going to avoid those. That can be very, very expensive. You also can benchmark your policies and your practice against industry best practices. And you can set your own quality label, actually. And last but not least is what you're doing is you're protecting your most critical assets. All right. This was my last slide. If you have any questions, this is my email address, bart.lennertz@venafi.com. We have a web page as well, but if there are any questions, I will try to watch now. I'm going to stop sharing, and I can see if there are any questions for this specific topic. I cannot read any questions at the moment.
I don't see any questions in the Q&A or in the chat yet.
Okay.
But I'm watching to see if any pop up. So. Okay.
I was going a little bit faster at the end to make sure we did everything. It's it can be a very lengthy presentation here, but yeah, that's this was my contribution to this B-Sides.
Thanks, Bart. We really appreciate it. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, SSH key management is a tricky thing for a lot of organizations. So, and I know a lot of red teamers that they use that as part of their engagements. So, that's,
it's a famous tool. It's a very favorite tool for red teamers to use. Correct.
Okay, great. All right. Well,
thank you, Bryce.
Thank you, Bart. Appreciate it. Okay, up next, we're going to have the closing ceremonies. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And click present. Okay, great. Can everyone see the screen and hear me okay?
It's wonderful, Bryce.
Is anyone still awake? Because I know I'm on an energy drink right now. So, but if you know me, that's probably that's it's not unusual, right? So that's the norm. Hey, all right, we're gonna do closing ceremonies, and then wrapped up this year's official B-Sides event. So. Right, just reiterate the plan. If it's safe, we'll schedule a hangout for later in the year where we'll distribute all the badges and swag, and maybe we'll have another CTF and maybe some unrecorded lightning sessions or something like that. But it'll be a lot more casual than the formal CFP process we did now. If we can't do that, then we will everyone who bought tickets for 2020, we'll let you to come to the 2021 event for free. So hold on to your QR codes and all that stuff, because either way, it's going to be useful in the future. And we'll just send out messaging via Twitter, Slack, and email. So hopefully that gets the message out to everybody. And then, if you've attended any of the closing ceremonies before, I really believe that B-Sides is by the community and it's for the community. That's kind of, my overarching vision for this. And I kind of break things down into 3 goals, right? We want to help more people break into the cybersecurity community. So our scholarship program and the outreach that we do with the colleges, that's really designed to, make sure high school and college, more involvement there. And then 2, people already in the industry are kind of like developing their skills. We want to help them continue to develop their skills and provide a platform and opportunity for them to present. So that's why we try and do the open CFP, and that's why we do the CTF and things like that. So, hopefully we can help people grow, right? And then lastly, we want to help those people who are in the industry continue to be here. After a while, this kind of seemed like, memento, like the same old thing over and over. But, you know, really, I think a lot of us who are here and stay here are here because we have friends in the industry. We've built those connections, and we can kind of help each other out, regardless of where we're at in our careers. And besides, even just the Slack channel is a good way to reach out and stay in touch with people. So I really want to thank all the speakers. You know, if you've ever presented at a conference, you know, it takes a lot of time and effort, not only to develop the content, but then also to be able to eloquently present it. It's a lot harder than you would expect, but you know, it's a time thing. If you're willing to put in the time and effort, you can get there. So I really want to thank them for all the time and effort they put into these presentations. And then I want to thank the media team. I mean, really, in about a week, we threw this together in a virtual event, and that wouldn't have really happened without Hope and you know, I know John was helping out as well, so I really appreciate your guys' help. I can't do this without you guys, so really appreciate it. And then huge shout out to the sponsors. You know, DigiCert, RSA, Adobe, they sponsored considerable amounts of money, right? So events aren't possible without them, without the sponsors. Mimecast, Corelight, Red Canary, SaltStack, they also contributed, and so really appreciate it. And SaintCon, No Starch, Redpoint, and Pope Tech have really helped out as well. So please check out all the sponsors, check out their products, you know, and you know, we'll definitely have booths for all these sponsors at the next event. In addition, the conference is really put on by a team. It's not just a team of Bryce. You know, this year Brendan took over the sponsorships, and he did an awesome job. So really big thank to him, because that was a huge help to me. And then Matt put a ton of hours into the CFP and organizing all of the speakers. So really appreciate that. Thank you, Matt. Marv really helped out with the venue and the call for volunteers and the villages. I know that stuff didn't really work out because of the virtual event, but we're really looking forward to, you know, getting more hands-on things at BSides in the future, because I feel like when people are hands-on, they'll learn more, right? Learn by doing, right? Josh Pugmire really helped out on the PR side. I really appreciate that. If you know me, you know I'm not the best people person. I try, but it doesn't always work out. So I appreciate Josh stepping up. And then Delane, really appreciate her on the website and swag. She pretty much is on autopilot and takes care of all that. And Shelby did a great job with student scholarships, and Lori with the Women in Tech program is awesome. Really want to encourage and keep that going. And then Tyler Steiner helps out with the logistics, and appreciate all he does, because you know, that helps keep stuff flowing, especially on the back end. So. All right, and you may or may not know, but we were able to organize BSides into a nonprofit. So we are run by a 501c3, and Kirsten and Ryan really appreciate all they do. They are on the boards, and Ryan's the treasurer, and you know, really, you know, we wouldn't be able to put on as good an event if we didn't have the nonprofit behind it. So, and also it just kind of goes with our whole ethos. I mean, we're trying to give back to the community, and yeah, so, you know, all the resources go into the nonprofit and then are just used for future B-Sides events. Oh, really appreciate Laura and Secure Code Warrior. You know, she did an awesome job. I know the people who participate in the CTF, seems like everyone liked it, seemed positive. We have some gifts for the winners. So we have some Nintendo Switch for the first place winners in each category. We got some AirPods for the second place winner in each category. And then we got a Amazon gift card for third place. So without further ado, I believe these are the winners. So in the professionals category, we got Seth as number 1, Josh is number 2, and Daniel is number 3. So I'm going to attempt to find you guys in the Eventbrite system, send you an email, or hit you up on Slack so I can get your address so we can mail you a prize. And then in the college category, we got Seth in first place. And if you actually look, you can see Seth slightly outperformed other Seth by a very slim margin. So he came in first place. So great job, Seth. And then in second place, we got Blake. And in third place, Spam. So appreciate you guys. Hopefully I can find you guys in the Eventbrite system. If not, feel free to hit me up on BSides Slack. Bryce Coons in there. So. And then lastly, we only had one person who isn't in college participate in the CTF as far as we know. But Logan actually did really well. I mean, you can see he got 13th place overall. So that's great. So we got a Nintendo Switch for you, Logan, and we'll be sending that out. So thanks everybody for coming out this year. I really appreciate your support. I know this wasn't, the plan A for the event, and hopefully things get back to normal after the pandemic's over sooner than later, and we can get back on schedule. But really appreciate everyone's support, and looking forward to seeing everybody at future BSides events. Thanks everybody. There's a question about attendance count here. I just, I think yesterday at the peak we had about 175 on. Yeah. There you go. Pope said varied between 80 and 150 at a time. So yeah. So, typically attendance is a little higher when we do the in real life events. So yeah, but given that this is kind of put together pretty quickly, that's still pretty good in my opinion. So yeah, typically attendance is over 400, right? More like the 450 range. So let's see. Yeah, thanks everybody for putting in time and effort. I really appreciate it. So hopefully we can keep putting on good events for you guys in the future. So any other questions at this time? All right, then I'm gonna, oh yeah. So I think John has already split the talks up for yesterday. So those will be up on YouTube pretty quickly, like split up into individual videos on the YouTube account. And then today's talks will hopefully get split up in the next week or so, and we'll get those pushed up. We also noticed that 2018's talks were never published, so we just clicked that to published. So 2018's talks are now on the channel as well if you want to check those out. So yeah, big thanks to John for handling that. He just went in there and got it done. So I really appreciate that, man. So. Okay, so let's see. We announced the categories thing for the CTF this morning, and I believe, and then I put it in the channel a little while ago. So, all right, well, I'm gonna cut off the stream, but feel free to hit me up on Slack or email. So thanks everybody. Have a great evening.